Hey guys, I've compiled a bunch of my channel's least watched malicious compliance videos, so there's bound to be a lot of stories in here you've never heard before. And just because they're the least watched doesn't mean they're bad. It's just the YouTube algorithm didn't push these videos as much as our others, so sit back and enjoy some malicious compliance stories. At closing time, I am still the manager. So I was 19 at the time and a shift supervisor at a local sub shop, Planet Sub. This was my first supervisory/managerial position, and for how shy and generally insecure I was at the time, I am amazed I had the gall to do this. To be fair, it had been a long day, and I had a second job that would give me more hours if I wanted. I was in charge of closing the store, and I had had a couple of staff call in, leaving me and 2 workers to deal with a busy night of sandwiches, pissy and entitled customers, and no breaks save for quick restroom ones. The store closed at 10, and we were for sure going to be shutting things down at 10:01. Clean as fast as we could and be free. All of us had school/classes the next day early. Around 9:30, I answered the phone to a terse gentleman demanding to know when we close because he needed to pick up sandwiches. I told him we shut the doors at 10, so he would have to be quick, and I offered to take his order over the phone so he could just pay when he gets here. He said he would have to look at the menu and rudely asked how he would have any idea what he wanted without seeing the menu. I replied that I had no idea if it was his first or 5th time here. He scoffed, said he would be by soon, before 10. I kept going on about work, as we all got the closing and cleaning things done ahead of time that we could. As 10 p.m. neared, I kept glancing out front to see if he was here, but nope. Once 10 p.m. hit, we got going on what we needed to finish, food covered, stored in the walk-in, counters cleared, etc. There were a few people finishing up eating in the lobby, but they looked almost done. At 10:15, an irritated voice called into the kitchen asking, "Is there anybody working here? I would like to place my order." I walked out and behind the counter told them that we closed 15 minutes ago and that the kitchen was shut down. "I called half an hour ago and I was told I could come get food still, that you were open," he stated. That was me you spoke to, and at 9:30, 45, not 30 minutes ago to be precise, we were open and I informed you that we closed at 10. It is now 10:15, we are closed, I politely replied. "There are people here still eating, so you are clearly open," he gestured to the people putting on their coats and walking towards the door. Politely and with a forced friendly smile I said, they had put their order in before 10 and just finished. The oven is turned off and the food is put away. "I don't freaking care, make me food," he sputtered. "Sir, I cannot do that," I replied. "We are closed, everything is put away, and the registers are shut down for the night. We open at 8 a.m. tomorrow." "I demand to speak to the manager right now," he hollered. At this moment, folks, I had a moment of clarity that I did not want to take this in the slightest, and I wanted to be a sarcastic and immature tick. I did not get paid enough for this, and I was fed up with the day. "One moment, I will get him," I said politely with a genuine smile. I then turned around, removed my hat and apron, hung them on a hood, and turning back to face him stated, "Hi, I'm Jeff. I am the manager tonight." I heard cackles of laughter from the other employees in the back who had been listening to all of it. "I am calling tomorrow for the store manager and you will all be fired," he stated as he stormed out. "His name is Sean. Have a good night," I shouted after him. "He should be here by 7. He turned around at the door. "You just lost a very valuable customer. This is the last time I am coming here." "Thank God for that," I said as he stepped out, turning around to flip me off on his way out. I then quickly locked the door and made sure he left. I called my manager and he just laughed at it. He was a cool guy, total stoner who was laid back. The guy never did come back, but he gave me a delightful memory and story. In your guys' opinions, what is the latest acceptable time frame to order something from a store before their closing hour? Is it like 30 minutes before they close, an hour before they close, 15 minutes if you're quick? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by a mailed rectum. Technically, Mr. Principal, I'm following the rules. This was a few years ago. I was a senior in high school. At the time, an 18-year-old male. I was a major smart butt and was very nihilistic due to my past. For a little context, I have an individualized education program at my school that allowed me to use my phone for music therapy since I was diagnosed with severe depression, anxiety, Asperger's syndrome, and PTSD. By law, teachers have to follow without questions or overruling, and if anyone tried to stop me, they could get fined, fired, etc. IEPs are no joke for a reason. My senior year, the old principal resigned and we got Sergeant Hardbutt in his place. Starting out, he changed absolutely everything and was very strict with it. I'm assuming to assert dominance to show he's no pushover. One of the biggest changes was a zero tolerance to digital devices in or out of the classroom. That included everything from phones, Bluetooth earbuds and headphones, smartwatches, etc. Teachers loved it until they figured out that it also applied to them, so they said screw it and didn't enforce it. Though trying to listen to music in between classrooms was like trying to smuggle bombs onto a post-9/11 plane. I had a lot of the same teachers from the year before, so they knew my story and I was a good student, but I had a sense of humor and was hard-headed, and they knew I could find a loophole in anything to get my way or prove my point. It all starts with a very crappy Monday morning. I was on edge as I always was at that school and decided to listen to some hard-hitting brutal death metal. It's therapeutic. I got stopped by Sergeant Hardbutt and this is what took place. The principal says, "Are you new here?" I say, "No, why?" "Okay, give me your phone now." I say, "I can't, I have in my paper." "I don't care. According to the handbook, no MP3 players, phones, any digital devices at all. I'm a man of my word, so hand it over." At this point, I can feel my anxiety rising. My hands were shaking and my eyes were getting warm and watery and I couldn't breathe. I needed to get out of there quickly before I bursted. The office was far from where my emergency anxiety meds were and I knew I wasn't going to make it, so I tried walking to the bathroom till the principal yelled, "Hey!" and forcefully grabbed my shoulder like a Karen. So as an irrational reaction, I turned and right hooked him. He went down to the ground and everyone was laughing and going crazy about it, so I just booked it and ran. Thankfully, my favorite teacher, Mr. Place, managed to catch me and embrace me to calm down. I ended up passing out in his arms due to hyperventilating. After regaining consciousness in the nurse's office, there were a few cops, Mr. Place, my mom, and the principal with an ice pack on his chin and a bloody towel over his nose. I was questioned on exactly what happened, and after hearing my side, Mr. Place's side, and the camera footage, everyone sided with me, and my mom went ballistic because she busted her butt to get me comfortable in school, and she had her a few altercations with teachers harassing me. Unsurprisingly, I got a week's suspension, but I wasn't punished at home. I decided to follow his rules, but with my own little twist. I studied the student handbook front to cover and went for a quick gander in the basement of my house to find my dad's things from the 80s and 90s. Dad and I share a lot of interests and he got me into all types of heavy metal and punk from a young age, so he passed the stuff down to me. After digging around, I was able to find his Walkman, cassette player, and a bunch of cassette tapes. I took my favorites of all time: Kill 'Em All by Metallica, Vulgar Display of Power by Pantera, Korn's first album, 40 Ounce to Freedom and the self-titled album by Sublime, and lastly, Tomb of the Mutilated by Cannibal Corpse. It was a hard choice, but I didn't want them to crack in my pocket. The first day I was back to school, I was the talk of the school because I laid out the principal. I'm embarrassed and felt bad about it, but it was in the past. I saw Sergeant Hardbutt by my first class, Mr. Place's class, so I stepped to the side and popped in a cassette tape. Walking back, Sergeant Hardbutt smirked and told me to step over to have a talk. "Looks like a week didn't give you enough time to think. Come with me." "I'm sorry, I'm not breaking any rules." "Boy, don't make me out to be stupid. You obviously have your phone and listening to music. Last time I checked, my policy is still in effect." "Right, so technically I'm following your policy of no digital devices." "Fine then, you want to play smart? Prove it then." I proceeded to pull out the Walkman and some of the cassettes. He looked very confused. "See, sir, you said no digital device. What I have right here is a Walkman with the original wired headphones. Since cassettes are analog and you never said anything about no analog devices, I'm within my full right to jam out on this in and out of the classroom." Sergeant Hardbutt gets red in his face and starts stumbling over his words to rebuttal. "I mean, you say you're a man of your word, so how cowardly would you look if you let a teenager get to you and update the handbook? I see no harm in this. It abides with your rules." Sergeant Hardbutt grunts, then walk to the neighboring class as I exhale in relief and start to feel my anxiety go down. I walk in and nod to Mr. Place. He closes the door and makes sure that Sergeant Hardbutt isn't nearby and just busts out laughing. I'd say I stood my ground on that one. I really thought when everything was going down and there were cops there getting the full story, that something more would have come out of Sergeant Hardbutt putting their hands on OP. It's one thing to be a firm principal and a stickler for the rules, but you also need to know that in a school there's going to be people with varying needs and requirements, and you can't just treat them all the same way. The principal's honestly lucky that they didn't get barred from being able to serve as a principal anywhere after that. And our final story of the day is by Rum Bun Bun. Boss doesn't want my help unless she specifically asks for it. A few years ago, I took a customer service job and my boss, Shirley, was the laziest, snarkiest person I've ever worked around. She spent her day on social media and personal calls, while her inbox grew. Shirley's boss rarely came around and was happy as long as Shirley didn't bring any problems to her. So of course, Shirley didn't. She buried any problems. After I'd been there a couple weeks, Shirley was showing us some new procedure. I don't even remember what it was, but it was something I'd done in a previous position and there was a much easier way of doing it. I asked if I could make a suggestion. Shirley instantly shot it down. "No, I don't want suggestions or help unless I specifically ask for them. Just do what I tell you to do." It was embarrassing and demeaning to say the least. When Shirley went to lunch, the gal who had been training me asked me what I was going to suggest and I showed her. She agreed it was much more efficient and she showed the others. She told me they just worked around Shirley. They all disliked her and just waited until she was away to discuss problems and come up with the solutions and left Shirley out of it. A year later, the lady who trained me retired. Before she left, she showed me how to run phone statistic reports. They showed how many calls each rep took, how long the calls lasted, how many rings before each call was answered, typical call center stuff. She asked me to take over putting together a report including email statistics each month to send to the e-commerce manager. Shirley was to give me the email statistics. After the first month, I emailed Shirley asking for the email stats. She ignored it. After the second month, same thing. I decided if it wasn't important to her, then I just wouldn't do it. I figured if questioned, I would show the emails I sent Shirley reminding her, so my butt would be covered. Nothing ever came of it. So things went for the next couple of years. Then came the announcement that Shirley's boss had been fired, and while they searched for a replacement, Shirley would be reporting to the president of the company. She was terrified. He had her jumping through hoops. He had her submitting reports to him, attending meetings, answering questions. She returned from one meeting frantic. She told the senior rep, Angela, that he wanted her to bring him phone statistics that afternoon, and she had no idea where to get them. I knew. Angela knew I knew. While Shirley sat at her desk trying to figure what to do, Angela came to me and said, "You aren't going to tell her, right?" I said, "Well, she once told me she didn't want my help unless she specifically asked for it, right? Well, she hasn't specifically asked me." We grinned at each other. Shirley went to her meeting empty-handed. She ended up getting fired a week or so later. I don't think it was because she didn't have the phone statistics, but that was probably one of the many things that made it apparent that she didn't know what she was doing. I think it just goes to show that there is a lot of risk involved in the whole fake it till you make it strategy, because if you make it somewhere and you're still faking it all throughout the entire process, it's very likely that you're going to get caught and called out. Honestly, you gotta give props to Shirley. She had a good thing going for quite a while. It lasted a number of years. That's honestly way more than it should have been, so I think they did well for themselves. Dude, but he wanted all his stuff back, so I made sure he got everything. So my last relationship was beyond bad. He was all sorts of abusive and controlling. At one point, I had the strength to break up with him, but then we got back together after we discussed some things. Stupid, I know, but yeah, love and all that. Well, anyways, one of the things we agreed on was that he and I would stop drinking alcohol because he was beyond crazy aggressive when he drank, and I wanted to support his sobriety. This is really important. Fast forward about 8 months or so, and we got into a huge fight, and I not only broke up with him, I kicked him out of the house and told him he wasn't ever allowed back inside. We'd been living together over a year at this point, so his mom got in touch with me about getting his stuff. While on the phone with her, I could hear him in the background saying, "Make sure they get everything I own or bought, I want it all back." Apparently, even stuff he gifted me he wanted back, but honestly I didn't care. I was happy to get rid of anything related to him. While cleaning our room up and gathering everything, I started to come across numerous bottles and cans of alcohol. It seems he had been drinking again for a while and was hiding the evidence in the room. I mean, he was hiding them under the bed, in his guitar case, rolled up in his clothes, in some old backpacks of mine, and so on and so forth. He had said he wanted everything of his, so any bottle and the few unopened cans I found went straight into one of the garbage bags of his stuff. By the time I had gathered everything up, I had 3 bags of stuff, and one was basically all just the alcohol. Dropping them off was just so satisfying. He actually called moments after I left his parents' place, ranting about how petty and immature I was being. My response? Well, you wanted all your stuff back, and those definitely weren't mine, plus I figured you'd probably need a drink to deal with the breakup. I promptly ended the call and blocked him on everything. Most satisfying thing I've ever done. If this was you going through a nasty breakup, would you want to be a little bit more petty with it and maybe hand his mom all the cans and bottles of alcohol? Or do you think you would be the kind of person that just kind of shoves everything into a garbage bag, kind of tosses it to them, and just cuts them completely out of your life? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Vark4731. Ex-wife told me to remove all my stuff from her storage unit, so I did. My ex-wife and I split because she cheated, so our separation was quite tumultuous. She still hasn't apologized for the act of cheating and still denies it, even though I know beyond any reasonable doubt that she did. I was incredibly hurt at the time, and I'll admit I wasn't acting my best, but I still tried to treat her fairly. When she left, we agreed that she would take over the payment on our car because she needed it for work. Our other car was totally paid off, and I couldn't afford the payment on the one that she drove. But I agreed to leave my name on the loan because her credit didn't qualify. To be honest, I didn't really have an alternative. I told her that she could keep it for as long as she made the payments, and that if she paid it off, I would immediately sign her over the title. But if she started flaking on the payments, I would have the car voluntarily repossessed. I also agreed to give her the washer and dryer on the condition that she take over the car payments. I had purchased the washer and dryer but had no use for them because I lived in an apartment at the time. This is important for later. Well, we inevitably got into a disagreement over the parenting of our children. I can't remember exactly what it was about, to be honest. And she randomly showed up with the car, handed me the keys and said, "Have fun figuring out how to make the payments." She knew I couldn't afford them. And then ended with "and get all your crap out of my storage unit." We hadn't finished untangling the mess of items in our jointly owned storage unit, but she wanted it done immediately because she was mad. So I did what she asked. I went over that day to get my crap out of our storage unit. While I was in there, I saw the washer and dryer sitting in the corner and immediately remembered that I had only given them to her on the condition that she pay off the car. So I took them. I had absolutely zero need for them at the time, but she had very specifically wanted my crap out of her storage unit. So who was I to argue? She called me a day later screaming about it, telling me that she had filed a police report. I just laughed, knowing that they wouldn't do anything because it was my property. The story gets better. As it turns out, she was just angry and actually wanted the car back. Well, the day after she had dropped it off on me, I got into a freak accident and totaled it. Everyone was okay. So she ended up without a car, and I never had to make a single payment on it. The universe wanted to maliciously comply with her demands. I mean, it's just pretty clear that the world doesn't just revolve around her. She can't do all this really petty stuff and expect to just always get away with it. You can't just go around throwing these heavy burdens on them and then when, surprise, the burden comes right back at you, be all, well, no, actually, I want the car back, I don't want this and that, I just want blah blah blah. Just doesn't work that way. This next story is by Hidden Acres 37, How I Almost Ruined the Christmas Concert. I was a senior in high school when this happened. We had a music teacher who hated me for some reason. I'm not sure why because I never acted up in class and was in both band and chorus voluntarily. My flute playing skills are okay, but I have a pretty great singing voice. Not a next winner of America's Got Talent singing voice, but pretty good. I've been singing pretty much since I could talk. I have good breath support, project well, and have a decent range. One day before chorus practice, the music teacher comes to me and says, I need you to blend with everyone. I don't want to hear your voice over anyone else's. My face turned about 18 shades of red, but I managed to say through clenched teeth, okay, sure, no problem. So we start practice. She starts playing the piano, there's the cue, and I open my mouth to sing as per usual, only almost nothing comes out. Mind you, I am singing, just so quietly that only the person sitting next to me can hear me. It was a disaster. Half the room missed the cue to start singing. Several people are staring at me. You can hear the alto section better than the soprano section, my section, so there's no strong melody. The tenors and bass might as well not even be in the room. She stops playing about halfway through when it becomes apparent that nobody knows the song or their cues without me singing at my normal volume. She's glaring at me and I'm staring straight back at her like, what? She starts again. Periodically, she's looking up from the piano at me, but like I said, I was singing, so she never caught me just sitting there not moving my mouth like she clearly wanted to. Practice proceeded in this fashion for a painful hour. It was the same for every song that we tried. Missed cues, barely audible singing all around, and the music teacher's face getting redder and redder. At the end of that class, she came to me again and asked me why I wasn't singing. I told her I was singing, but she wanted me to blend in so I couldn't sing very loud or she'd be able to hear me above other people, and that it wasn't my fault that she couldn't hear anyone else. She angrily turned to the person I shared music with, but she backed me up and said that she could hear me singing. Nothing she could do. This went on for weeks. She tried everything to improve the performance of everyone else. She had us move our chairs closer. She mixed alto and soprano. She had us all stand in a big circle in the gym facing her and each other. She pounded on the piano keys harder. Nothing helped. Other chorus members asked me what was going on. I just told them that our teacher told me to blend. Finally, 2 weeks before the Christmas concert, so really only 4 or 5 practices left, the music teacher came to me and very quietly said, I'm going to need you to sing at your normal volume. I say, okay, sure, no problem. There was an audible, oh thank God, from someone in the alto section that day when I started singing. None of the other people in the chorus were bad singers, but I guess they had learned to rely on my timing and volume to give them the confidence to perform, because the improvement was dramatic once I was allowed to sing again. Sometimes it's just really easy to follow a very clear-cut lead, and I suppose if you do it long enough, it's very hard to adapt without having that lead there. It makes a lot of sense to me, and it must make OP feel kind of special, knowing how important their performance is to the entire chorus. Our next story is by Ryan Thin. We want you to work off the clock. So I work in a mom and pop pizza place. I've been there for about 3 months. I generally show up about 20 minutes early every day, and I'm asked to start working right away. I'm always willing, but I clock in first. About 2 weeks ago, the owners asked why I always clocked in early, so I told them that I am asked to work when I get there. They told me I can't clock in early and to just work off the clock for that time, and that they were going to change my time card to reflect what time I was supposed to start. Keep in mind, all of my coworkers have gotten used to me getting there early, so sometimes they leave early. The next day, I was scheduled to work at 5. As per normal, the day crew expecting me to be there early and work had 3 of 4 people clock off at 4:30. Since I was told that I wouldn't get paid, I decided to show up at 4:59 and clocked in right at 5. In the half hour that those people were off, $200 worth of food was ordered. I would definitely be reporting that to some kind of authority because I don't think that's very legal. Especially the part where they retroactively are going to say, for those days that you did clock in early, we're going to change it to reflect when you actually clock in. My reply would be, screw you, I'm not coming in 30 minutes early and working off the clock. That's just ridiculous. Our next story is by Chris Stans. I mean, if you want to authorize 8th graders to cheat. When I was in 8th grade, I had a history teacher who was in his first year of teaching, having made a midlife career change from FBI agent to teacher. He was clearly trying to be the cool teacher, perhaps too many inspiration movies in his past. Stand-in Delivery and Dangerous Minds really didn't have much in common with my middle-class suburban school, but that's besides the point. He had a standing offer of extra credit to anyone who could stump him with "on this day in history" type questions. He said his goal was to motivate us to learn more about history, but the motivation was lessened by the fact that it was rare anyone succeeded, and he lorded winning so often over us. So one day, while at the library working on an assignment for another class, I dug out the microfiche newspaper archives and came up with some really esoteric questions. I was pretty proud of the work I put in and excited to ask him my questions. I let him know that they would be coming, as we were required to do, so he could plan some time in the schedule. And I'm suddenly realizing that's a big part of how he always got them right. He had advance warning and could read up. When the time came to ask my question, he shocked me and everyone by having all the answers, and then broke down laughing and explained that he had offered one of my friends extra credit to steal the questions and answers for him ahead of time. I and others protested that this was cheating, but he insisted it wasn't cheating, just being resourceful. Well, with that redefinition, a class, and eventually all of his classes, of 8th graders were given license to engage in rampant cheating. After all, asking for the test questions and answers from the class that took it the day before wasn't cheating, it was just being resourceful. Copying someone else's work? Just being resourceful. I'm not sure he was ever aware, but just about every student in that class engaged in what every teacher around would consider cheating for the rest of the year. Even the rule followers. After all, he had insisted it wasn't cheating. We were smart enough not to do it anywhere other than his class though, as I'm pretty sure the rest of the faculty would not have been on board, to say the least. Hopefully, he was a little more careful about the precedents he set as he got a few more years' experience. Or maybe found a different midlife crisis career. Honestly, growing up, I've known a teacher or two that would lie about their past careers. So I'm very easily getting vibes from this guy that he wasn't an FBI agent that turned into a teacher. I had a teacher one time that apparently almost made it into the major leagues in baseball, was a police officer, did a lot of undercover detective work for the police force, and then became a substitute teacher and a teacher. It just never made any sense, and I kind of get the same vibe from this guy. So quickly now, I just want to explain how to enter the giveaway. The way it works is I take every video that was uploaded in a given week, find one random comment that was relevant to the stories in that video, and I give them an Amazon gift card. It's that simple. So all you want to do to have the best chances to win is to leave a comment relevant to the video in some form on every video this week. That's all you have to do, and best of luck. And also, if you could like the videos too, that would help more than you could possibly imagine. And our final story of the day is by Dab Kogerzim. Excuse me, ma'am. Okay, sure, I can wait. This is about 15 years ago during my senior year of undergrad at a large East Coast university. A few friends and I were out for dinner at a local bar/restaurant which was very busy. We were seated in a booth which was one of a series of booths along the back wall of the dining area. While we were eating, I noticed the table next to us starting to look very shifty. It was a group of 3 guys and they had had a large meal and a lot of drinks. I'm in the edge seat of our booth and the waitress is taking the order of the booth next to us. Her back is to the guys I have predicted are about to ditch their bill. It's a college town. The waitress was young and more than likely working to put herself through school, so I thought I would try to be helpful. I turn to her while she is taking the table next to us. It goes like this. "Excuse me, miss." "Sir, I'll be right with you." 15 seconds pass, the guys are gathering their stuff. "Excuse me, miss." "Sir, I will be right with you." More forceful and with clear enunciation. 15 seconds pass. The guys get up and bolt for the door. "Miss, I'm sorry to interrupt, but..." Her interrupting me. "Sir, please wait." So I wait. She leaves the booth next to us to do something and comes back to me 2 minutes later. Her being snide. "Okay, sir, how can I help you?" Me pointing at the now empty booth. "I was trying to tell you those guys were about to run out on the check." She immediately turns pale white. She rushes to look in the booth and then runs for the front door. No luck, those guys were long gone. She came back and gave some minor apology and thanked me. We asked for our check, paid, and left. I'm sure they probably took the cost of those meals out of her paycheck. People who run college town restaurants aren't known for being the fairest people in the world. Tough, I tried to help. It's definitely a shame. I can't really blame her too much. She was just trying to do her job and she was young and probably a little inexperienced. Yeah, they had an attitude, but the thing is, they were trying to do their job and somebody was trying to interrupt them. I feel like you can see both sides here. In the end, I definitely feel bad if they took anything out of their paycheck because of it. I think if OP really wanted to help, they would just go ahead and say it out loud rather than just waiting. If time was really of the essence and they really wanted to get this waitress to realize it, just blurt it out, just say it. Don't play that game of, "Oh, well, you said to please wait, so therefore I'm just going to comply." You want to help them out? Try and help them out. 7. Tricked insurance company into paying bills like they're supposed to. The insurance company that my employer uses has a monthly auto-deducted payment that comes from my credit card. I've paid faithfully for 4 years. A few months ago, the company went to run my payment, which declined because my credit card had expired. I had the new credit card, but the payment was attempted before I got around to changing it over. Rather than contact me to let me know that a payment was missed and attempt to get an alternate payment, the insurance company just terminated my coverage and denied all new claims to that account, including my well visits, etc. As soon as I realized what was going on, I called the company customer service number from my card to give them my new card number and reinstate my insurance. After 30 minutes of giving my information again, explaining and re-explaining, and finally just asking for a supervisor because the CSR was reading random selections out of a book or something and wasn't anywhere close to my issue, I discovered it wasn't even the right department. Got transferred to the correct department, where the woman rudely told me that, due to my incompetence, they terminated my coverage and would not be reinstating it. So I asked when I would be able to re-enroll, and was informed that I would not be able to re-enroll until my company entered open enrollment sometime unknown between January and March. I decided to let it go and just wait until then. Until I had a necessary medical issue come up where I absolutely needed it. I called again and asked when open enrollment would be. They didn't know, but she mentioned unless you have a major life change exemption, such as family death, marriage/divorce, or loss of previous insurance coverage. I say, "Excuse me, ma'am, sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to report a loss of previous insurance coverage. Not only was my insurance coverage started again, but was backdated to an effective date of when I started 4 years ago. Guess they'll be paying my bills again then." So let me ask you guys, who do you think is truly at fault here? Do you think it's OP's fault for not having their information correctly up to date when the automatic payment comes through? Or do you think it's the insurance company's fault for not giving a proper notification of declined payment and allowing them to change their payment info and just straight up canceling the insurance altogether? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by _abstract_insanity. I had to destroy it. As usual, there's a little backstory. A few days back, I bought a new headset. This worldwide situation made me play much more video games than usual, and over time I got a headache from my old and chunky headphones. The dude selling it recommended a lightly built Bluetooth thing. It looked okay, but I wasn't sure about it. The dude told me not to worry and to make sure to have a fully comprehensive insurance to be able to return it under any circumstances. So for the story, the headset was a piece of garbage. Sounded like speaking through a running fan, and only bass frequencies came through. So I went back to the store to have it exchanged or my money back. Since it was an in-ear piece, I thoroughly cleaned and disinfected it before leaving the house. Although I only used it for about 30 disappointing minutes. I went up to the customer service desk and was greeted by a very rude, "What's the problem?" from a woman that looked as if she could not decide between a Hannah Montana or a Kim Kardashian look. I stated how I think the item is broken, but I'm not sure since the quality was garbage from the first use on, and I'd want to return it, get my money back, or browse for another product. She refused to take it back for hygiene reasons and laughed at me when I showed her the comprehensive insurance slip. The good thing is, comprehensive insurance covers self-inflicted damage. So I smashed the basically brand new thing to pieces and got my money back by a very shocked looking service lady. I don't think I'll shop there again. I feel like I would probably put in some kind of complaint. Ideally get exactly that employee's name so that you can really hopefully get some kind of reprimanding in for them, because that's just a completely unacceptable way to treat a customer. I don't really care how bad of a day you're having. If somebody comes up and you're at the customer service desk, you can't be like, "What's the problem?" It just doesn't fly. This next story is by Fruct Fletter. Surprise me. Many moons ago, when I was a college student, I lived in a complex of student apartments. A friend of mine lived in another one right next to this one. We spent a lot of time together, watching movies, talking, gaming, and cooking. On one of our cooking nights, we decided to binge on sandwiches of every possible variety. I went to the kitchenette and asked him if he wanted one more and what he wanted on it. He just said, "Just surprise me." So I opened the fridge and looked through the contents. Cue malicious compliance. I spotted a jar of peri-peri peppers and thought, well, he likes hot spices very much, so I'll surprise him with some. We both really like peppers of any variety, so I knew it wouldn't harm him. I put ingredients on it, one of the peppers in the center and a slice of cheese on top so you couldn't see it, and made my way back to him trying not to grin. He munched happily on it until, a few bites in, he bit into the pepper, went completely red on the face, and got a serious case of the hiccups. I resolved into giggles and told him, "Well, you told me to surprise you." He wasn't mad and actually found it quite funny in the end. Does anybody know why you get the hiccups when you eat something spicy? I don't think it happens to me personally, but it seems to be such a common thing because I've seen a lot of other people experience hiccups whenever they have something spicy, so I'm kind of curious. This next story is by Moon Babe. Do you want to treat me like poop and threaten me? LOL, why are you still here? Here's a little backstory before we get into it. The story takes place my senior year of high school. I didn't have my license yet because my older brother's car fell apart and then he crashed the car that I was supposed to learn to drive in. The only person at the time that was capable of giving me a ride to and from school at the time was my stepdad. My stepdad got away with being abusive towards me and my older brothers for years until he was no longer allowed to live with us for reasons I'm not willing to get into as of 2014. He was still allowed to hang out around the house as long as he was helping out with the dogs and giving me a ride to school, both of which he barely did the bare minimum, meaning he was on his butt watching live streams of the streets of Lake Tahoe all day, and he had zero sense of urgency when it came to getting me to and from school. The story. My best friend used to come home with me every single day since our sophomore year, and she would stay with me till about 8 o'clock at night till her mom was able to pick her up from my place, so she practically lived with us. This particular day, there was something she needed to do at her house, so she couldn't come home with me, but she was still wanting a ride home. My dad is super bad when it comes to answering his phone, so I decided to ask him once he actually got to the school. As I was asking him if we could give her a ride home, my friend hopped into the back seat out of habit before my dad had a chance to answer. Understandably, this made my dad upset because he felt like I was forcing him to say yes. After we dropped off my friend, my dad went off on me in the car about how he's not a chauffeur and that it was extremely rude and disrespectful that I was asking if he could give her a ride home while she was already in the car. I agreed and I apologized for what happened, but he just kept yelling, saying that I was talking back while I was trying to apologize. The way he was yelling took me back to the way he treated me as a kid, and it made me feel defenseless and like I didn't have a voice. Until I remembered he wasn't the person keeping a roof over my head, nor was he the person paying my bills, and he wasn't the person keeping me fed. He could not lay a hand on me. He could not hurt me. He could no longer take things away from me. He had no power over me anymore. So I spoke up. I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was something along the lines of, "If I didn't have to ask you for a ride, I wouldn't." This of course set him off and he threatened to kick me out of his car. So I called his bluff and said, "Cool, pull over, I'd rather walk." He fell silent as I repeated over and over for him to pull over and let me out. Of course, he didn't. He drove me all the rest of the way home and left me with a, "Don't you dare ask me for anything ever again." Yeah, don't worry, I won't. The malicious compliance. For the next few months, I would walk or ride my bike to school. I would leave the house each and every day with my head held high, knowing that it was pissing him off. My mom later told me that she would get a call or text from my dad every day complaining about how I hadn't asked him for a ride to school, that I hadn't apologized, and that I was being stubborn. Eventually, the reality of the situation started seeping in. The only reason he was allowed to stay around was if he helped out and took me to school, and he wasn't doing either, meaning that his justification for being in the house was no longer there. So as I was about to hop on my bike to ride to school, my dad rushed into the garage and stopped me, asking me if I wanted a ride to school. My dad doesn't like admitting when he's wrong and saying that he's sorry, so I knew this was the closest thing to an apology I was going to get. So I took him up on his offer, still opting to walk or ride my bike every once in a while to continue to show him that I don't need him. And to this day, I still do not ask him for anything. Also, my mom started kicking him out of the house sooner and sooner and eventually changing the locks so he couldn't come by whenever he wanted it anymore. Although it's really unfortunate that OP and their siblings had to experience the abuse that this man unjustly dished out to them, it must have felt so incredibly freeing in that moment to know that they had no more power over you and that OP was firmly in control of the future between the two of them. They could finally shove all that attitude right back in that man's face, and there was nothing they could do about it but accept it. It must have been very freeing. So quickly now, I just want to explain how to enter the giveaway. The way it works is I take every video that was uploaded in a given week, find one random comment that was relevant to the stories in that video, and I give them an Amazon gift card. It's that simple. So all you want to do to have the best chances to win is to leave a comment relevant to the video in some form on every video this week. That's all you have to do, and best of luck. And also, if you could like the videos too, that would help more than you could possibly imagine. And our final story of the day is by Heavy Riffs. Sure, we will deliver to the floor. For the better half of a year, I worked in a beverage distribution company and helped deliver the product. It was about a 3-to-1 beer, cider, seltzers, etc. to soft drink ratio on normal days. This particular day, however, was to a local liquor store and almost exclusively beer. The town I lived in at the time was very touristy and seasonally busy, a prime Summer Lake cabin type deal. The town would at least triple in population during the summer, and as such, the demand for beer always skyrocketed after Memorial Day. This liquor store we were delivering to had summer volumes second to only one other in the state for the franchise, only losing out to a store in a town 5+ times the size. As you can imagine, we had a huge haul the week of the 4th of July. We would typically bring about 2,000 cases Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays in the weeks leading up to the 4th. The Independence Day crowd was definitely forecasted to be thirsty, so the order that Wednesday was for a whopping 3,500 cases. Now, keep in mind, this is not a huge store, and the back storage room and walk-in coolers were also pretty small. It was quite the task to move things around and find enough space for everything. Anyway, the 4th comes around and Shane and I are there at the crack of dawn unloading the truck. We have one extra summer helper along named Gabe. Gabe was one of the high-speed helpers, not known to slack or drag his feet at stops. The back room is packed to the gills, so we start hauling cartloads of beer into the cooler, which was basically wiped out since Monday. We do this for several hours, then replace the backroom beer with pallets from the truck. By noon, we had all the 20+ pallets inside the building or staged outside. Shane returned back to the warehouse for the next 1,500 or so cases, or around 15 more full pallets. At this point, Gabe and I barely have any room to put the suds. The last remaining spot would be a floor display near the customer's side of the cooler. The manager is gone, so we ask the assistant manager. The place is swamped with customers and he was pretty ornery. When asked about the rest of the beer, he said, "I don't know, go load up the display." We begin to say that we have a lot of beer and get interrupted. "I don't care how much you have left, go fill up that display." Very poor choice of words. Gabe and I bring some pallets over and start stacking, adding to the cases on the floor already. Same expiration dates, thank God, and begin to pile them up. Pretty soon, we are building stairs from the cases to stack even further. Shane got back and by God, he brought us more and more pallets. Before you know it, Gabe is tossing cases to me and we are all the way to the ceiling. We keep going. By the time we got done, we had 3 varieties of beer, 3 row across and about 6 deep, with a customer-friendly taper down to head height. The assistant manager just gaped at the mountain of suds and said, "Well, I had it coming." Although they probably very well could end up moving all 3,500 cases of it, I think somebody did a logistical error and should have had smaller but more frequent deliveries. But hey, I'm not a sud seller and I'm not an expert, so what do I know? But want the whole bottle? You'll get the whole bottle. So this story was from about 8 years ago, so my memory may be a little hazy. So I was 18, male, and working a bar in this town center somewhere in the UK. We're based between 2 of the grimiest pubs and the clubs in there, so we got a lot of dodgy, rude, and drunk patrons on a regular occurrence. One night at around 12 a.m., this group of guys comes in wearing suits and I immediately can tell they're pretty drunk and obnoxious. They come to the bar, which was about 2 to 3 deep, around 20 to 30 people waiting ahead of them. They start loudly asking for service even though there's people patiently waiting in front of them. Me and my team just roll our eyes and get back to serving people. I get around to serving them and they all shout, "Finally, some freaking service, what took you so long?" I just ignored that comment and asked what they wanted. Then they started talking amongst themselves like they didn't have enough time to work this out while waiting. The ringleader proclaimed that they're going big tonight, so they want a bottle of Grey Goose vodka. I said, "I can only see you a maximum of a double in any one drink. If you want to make it stronger, go for it." He ignores the most of what I said and just says, "Didn't you hear me? One bottle of Grey Goose." We can't sell the bottles of spirits under any circumstances. I call the manager up in the back and explain the situation. He says exactly what I've already told the customer, so we agreed that if explained one more time about how I had to give them the drink and he just said one bottle again, I'd do it. What ringleader didn't realize is that I have to put the whole bottle through as doubles, which was about $8.50 per double without any mixers. So this bottle ended up costing him 170 quid before any mixers when it's only 35 quid in the local supermarket. He throws his hands up in the air saying I've ripped him off and he's not going to pay that. Why didn't I say anything sooner, etc., etc. I said that I did and he just fobs me off and goes to walk out. Little does he know I've already asked the bouncers to keep him in the building till he's paid up. His mates laugh at him as he goes white as a sheet, realizing he's just spent a lot of money. His friends give him a little bit of money to help pay up. Ringleader then spends the night sulking with his 170 quid bottle of 30 quid vodka. Have you guys ever made a regretful purchase in a bar or club type scenario? Let me know in the comments down below. And our next story is by Alg888, The Referee's Compliance. Okay, one more paintball malicious compliance that I watched a referee take part in. Quick info in paintball, if you call for a paint check on yourself, you can't keep playing, in case you had been hit, until the referee calls you clean. And if the referee calls a paint check on you, nobody can shoot at you or move up on you. Back in my tournament days, there was this one team that had a bit of a reputation for if not breaking the rules, then bending them beyond recognition. Their captain, who we will call Stompin' Tom, was a little intense. He also had a tendency to use the paint check rule to stall a game. Nobody moves up while his team could regroup. So our team of 5 was up against their team of 5, and to be honest, their team was the favorite. They were serious while we played for fun. The game starts off fine and we get a lucky break and we take out one of their guys early. This rattles Stompin' Tom as he expected a cakewalk. I was the one shooting at him and I know I am not even close when he calls a paint check. Just as the referee starts to go over and check him, I hear our captain yell our team name. Yeehaw! Now for this tournament, we had practiced a crazy new tactic. If anyone on our team at any time yells our team name, we all just get up and run directly at the enemy. I told you we played for fun, so we do. I get up and run right past Stompin' Tom. I don't have to worry about him as he's called for the check and can't shoot me, so I shoot the guy behind him who has no idea why 5 guys are running towards him screaming. I hear Stompin' Tom sputtering behind me yelling how this isn't fair as my teammate grabbed the flag. We had now shot all of his team and he wanted to have them all back and us moved back to before he called for the check. The referee laughed and reminded Stompin' Tom that he had called the check, not the referee, but that since he was clean, he could play on now. Stompin' Tom looked at all 5 of us all around him and, well, stomped off. We got the points for him as well. Stompin' Tom's tactics got stomped into the dirt. It must have felt so good to just totally dismantle this guy's foolproof tactics. See you later, Stompin' Tom. Our next story is by True Norse 98. My very annoying alarm clock habits. First off, this story is now almost 4 years old. When I first joined the military, I had a roommate, who we will call Rodney for this story. Rodney was the definition of Jesus freak, and normally I avoid religious topics, but Rodney would sit and lecture me every single night about how I would discover the error in my ways and so on, often until late at night. In the mornings, I was required to be up at 5 a.m. while he would sleep until 8 or 9, and every morning, he complained bitterly that my alarm would wake him up, and I dealt with the situation nightly for 2 or 3 months until he finally demanded that I wake up with a different alarm sound so he could sleep in. Worth noting that mine was a standard alarm sound and not something crazy. At this point, I flat out hate the guy, and so I did change my alarm. But he had never specified what he wanted to hear every morning, so I decided to pick one of my favorite songs. A soothing little number called Disciple by a band you may have heard of, Slayer. Every day for a month, my roommate and I would be the victims of a mini heart attack when Tom Araya would be screaming through my phone. Eventually, because of complaints on both sides, the situation had eased, and shortly after, I ended up with new roommates. But I'll never forget the warm feeling I would get when he would be weeping into his pillow at the bitter hell his tender ears endured at my hand. I think it's completely fine and normal for people to want to spread their religion, or share their religion and why they like it. But at the same time, you need to be able to read the room and realize if somebody is not interested, pounding it into their ears is not going to make them want it even more, or change their mind. If they don't want it, pray for them, hope for them, but don't shove stuff down people's throats, nobody likes that. This next story is by A.L.H. Bundy. First Boss Weasel Incident. I recently posted about my ex-boss, so I thought I'd post one that wasn't as bad as losing my job, but entertaining to me. As previously stated, I worked as a mainframe computer operator in the 80s to 90s and worked nights. As lead, part of my job was maintaining the schedule and contacting the appropriate people if a job didn't end properly. Well, one fine night at around 3:30 a.m., a key job ended and the next job did not start up. I didn't realize this right away because an error message did not highlight on the monitor. I scrolled up the screen, found an error message, logged it in the book, and called the appropriate contact. That, of course, was just thrilled to hear from me. When the daily log printed out, I highlighted the job and pointed out the error code, and then wrote it in the turnover book for the day shift. When I came in the next night, the second shift lead informed me that Boss Weasel wants us to stay until 10 a.m. to find out why I called the contact for no reason. At the time, I didn't know how much of a weasel he was, but no one trusted him. I told the guys I worked with that I would handle it and just don't say anything because I was going to have some fun. They agreed because they knew what happened and that Boss Weasel was just trying to look important. So our shift ended at 7:30 and we went to the cafeteria and hung out until meeting time. We walk in and there is Boss Weasel in his full weaselness, his boss Cool Boss, and some other tech people with ticked off faces. Boss Weasel then went on about how there was no error, I screwed up, there would be penalties for it, etc, etc, etc. I replied that there was an error code and I looked at Cool Boss and reminded him of policy to alert the contact if any error happened and the next job did not automatically start. He said that was correct. I asked Boss Weasel for a printout of all screen messages and made a big show of not being able to find it. I then said that I had to get something from the computer room and went to get it so I could control my laughter. I got the logbook and turnover book, opened it to that date's page, reopened the printout to the exact time with all highlights and said, "Here it is, Boss Weasel." His fur dropped as he realized that our butts were covered in silk and he was about to get his kicked. Cool Boss was pissed. He looked at Boss Weasel and asked him, "Did you look at the logbook, turnover log, or the printout with the pretty lime green highlighter?" Cool Boss said we could go and he would handle it. As we left, we heard about 10 people screaming at the weaselly one, and we all started laughing. A fun day was had by almost all. Hey, at least OP got paid overtime for having to stick around and embarrass Weasel Boss like that. Honestly, it sounded like it was a fun little experience and you got some bonus overtime. Great story, and you got paid for it. Our next story is by Board and Beard. Stay in the back and handle order packing. Ah, the job's full of silly bosses. I worked at a place that sold home automation/electronics before Alexa and Google Home were the easiest ways to do things. We had lost our guy who generally packed up the orders/kept the inventory tidy. Due to things I did wrong that nobody thought to tell me about, I was politely demoted from front office/sales to the now vacant role. In order to explain this to me, my manager went on vacation, let the CEO's daughter/COO come to town to cover for him, and left her to explain it to me. Her method was by bringing in a new guy, telling me to go in the back and handle the order packing. no conversation, no explanation of what I'd done wrong, or anything. Just suddenly there's a new dude and I'm to pack orders. Phone rang and I answered it, as I had for 18 months. Nope, get back to packing orders. Customer came in who I knew their order? Nope, get back to packing orders. So that's what I did. Phone rang, I ignored it. People came in, I ignored them. Delivery came? Well, it wasn't part of packing orders. Time to sweep up the warehouse? Sorry, packing orders. They wanted to go to lunch and have me watch the door? Sorry, I'm packing orders. I'll happily lock the front door. This lasted a few hours before she decided to get demeaning. Explained my job was packing orders and only allowed to do other things at her discretion. I asked politely if I could tell her to F off. When she didn't respond right away, I did and walked right out the door. Obviously, management didn't give much of a crap, because they moved you directly to only packing orders simply because you made a mistake because nobody explained to you what you had to do. They wanted you to stay at that lowly position doing that stuff and then continue doing everything your job was already doing anyways. I would have wanted to walk out too. Forget that. You're only to pack orders, and also if I tell you to do anything else, that's also what you do in your job. Now, that's what your job is. It's like, excuse me? See you later. And our final story of the day is by Laurel Laureate. Speak language, this is country. My friend who is Vietnamese gets told, speak English, you're in America, all the darn time. It got quite annoying to him, so he eventually decided to do something about it. He looked up the Native American tribe whose tribe was originally on the land where he lives, went to the tribe's cultural center, told the elderly grandma working there he was tired of being told to speak English in America, and had her teach him how to say white person / outsider / non-native in the language, as well as some other curse words and whatnot. Apparently this made that Native American granny's weak, because she went all out and really taught him quite a lot. And ever since, anytime some racist tells him to speak English in America, he says, well, why don't you speak Native American tribes language? We're in Native American tribes lands, you darn Native American word for white person. The shocked Pikachu.jpg face he gets in response never gets old. They completely freeze up for a few seconds before responding in entertaining ways such as gasping for air, or pointing their finger angrily, or just turning and walking away. Eventually, the word spread amongst my group of friends, and quite a few of them, who as immigrants, or even just people who speak a second language, occasionally also get told this, are always chomping at the bit to get their chance to use this response. Every time some of them finally does, they immediately announce it to everyone they know, and it never really gets old. Anyway, I didn't really know where to post this, but felt it matched here well enough. Hopefully, as it takes the racist's logic and returns it right back at them in a way that really rustles their jimmies. What ways have any of y'all flipped the script on people like this? There's a lot of people in the comments here posting stories similar to OP's, and it's really cool to hear all these cool, creative ways to deal with these repugnant people. I also think it was just a great experience for OP to be able to go to this Native American tribe and see what they're still doing, learn a bit about it, learn a bit about their language and their lands. Overall, this is a really cool and creative way to deal with these disgusting people. Look, Karen, I made a friend. A few years ago, I was meeting two friends at the county fair. I was running late due to the traffic. The fair is a pretty big deal around here, so I told them to go ahead without me. When I finally got there, I went to the ticket booth to buy a ride pass. For $10, you could get a wristband allowing you unlimited rides. This was a much better deal than getting single ride tickets, which cost $1 each. Except this year, something was strange. Usually you could buy just one wristband no problem, but for some reason the only way to buy them this year was to get two at once. Now, obviously my two friends had bought their wristbands together, so I didn't have a second person to buy one with. I went up to the ticket taker, who looked a lot like a stereotypical entitled person. The short blonde bob, the oversized sunglasses on the top of her forehead, the rolls of fat hanging out of her red vest all of the fair workers were wearing. She looked at me and said in the most annoyed voice, "Can I help you?" Yes, I wanted to buy a ride pass, but I don't have a second person to buy it with. Could I just have one wristband?
What? Are you telling me you have no friends? Did you seriously come to the fair alone?
I didn't come alone, it's just my friends already bought wristbands.
That's it? You don't have a sibling, cousin, parent, anything? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, of course I do, they're just not here.
And you only have 2 friends? Maybe if you had more, it wouldn't be a problem. Now go off and make a friend, then you can come back and get a pass.
Her attitude really annoyed me just about as much as this ridiculous new rule. Like, if they could sell you 2 passes, then what was the problem with selling 1? I get most people don't go to the fair alone, but what if there was an odd amount of people? I really didn't want this annoying ticket taker to have her way, so I did just what she said and decided to make a friend. Standing behind me in the ticket line was a pregnant mom and her daughter, about 8 or 9. I was assuming the mom wasn't going to be riding any rides, and they seemed to be giving in and just getting single ride tickets. That's when I got an idea. I pulled the little girl aside and asked her if she would like to get a ride pass. She said yes, and I got back in line with them.
Did you make a friend yet?
Asked the annoyed ticket taker. I did actually. Me and my new friend here would like to buy a ride pass, I said, smirking. The ticket taker stuttered and tried talking back, but there was nothing she could do. The rules stated that the pass had to be bought by 2 people. It never said they had to be together or even know each other. The mom and me each paid $10 and took our wristbands. The daughter thanked me and we parted ways. I went to go catch up with my friends and we spent the rest of the day at the fair. I went back to the fair the next day, but this time with my twin sisters, where I discovered a new rule. The passes only lasted 1 day and new ones had to be purchased every day of the fair. This was annoying, but there was nothing I could do. Of course, there was the same angry, overweight ticket taker that was there yesterday. My sisters bought their passes together, and I decided to do the same thing I did the previous day just to spite her. I turned to the person behind me and offered to buy our passes together since he was in a group of 3 people. He said yes, and we went up to the ticket booth. Me and my new friend here would like to buy a ride pass, I said while looking at her with a big grin. Even more annoyed than last time, she took each of our 10s and gave us wristbands. Of course, she purposefully ripped mine while tearing apart the sheet of bracelets, but it was still so satisfying to beat her at her own game. The next year, the single-person ride passes were back because of complaints from people, including me. Turns out, the fair was just trying to make more money by forcing more people to buy the more expensive single-ride tickets. Their plan didn't work because I had found a simple loophole that was used by other people as well. They still had passes for 2 people at a discount, so for my benefit and theirs, I would always find a stranger and go to the booth where the annoying lady was. She would always be absolutely pissed as I said, "Look, here's my new friend, we would like a ride pass." So let me ask you guys, if you were in line and you realized you didn't have a buddy to go with you so you couldn't get the 2-person ride pass, would you be able to look around and go ask other random people if they would like to buy the pass with you? I think the only downside of this for me is when I was younger, in person, I would have pretty bad social anxiety, so I don't know if I would even want to go look around and try and find somebody. Let me know if you would in the comments down below. Our next story is by Casper Sorensen. Won't let me have an ashtray in the garden? Fine. So many years ago, when I was around 16 or 17, my parents allowed me to smoke in the garden, but would not allow me to have an ashtray to put my cigarette butts in for whatever reason. The only reason I knew was that they did not want me to destroy the aesthetic of the garden, which was already a hole, and they were pretty anti-smoking too, so that was potentially another reason. Anyway, I asked them where they wanted me to put my cigarette butts, and the only response I got was, "Put them wherever you like, we are not having an ashtray in that garden," which I believe to be absolutely comical. You literally don't want an ashtray in the garden, but you are happy to have butts strewn all over the place? Sure, that's fine. However, I am not the kind of person to throw cigarettes on the floor. Now, I have always had a creative flair, and I thoroughly enjoy art. So I decided I was going to collect my cigarette butts in a little jar and hide that jar behind a bush, moving it at different times to lessen the chances of its discovery. I was still following the rules because, technically, a jar isn't an ashtray. They forgot about the ashtray situation and moved on with their lives until, after about 6 months of collecting cigarette butts, reading this in my head makes it sound so gross, I'm sorry, I had collected loads. My parents went on holiday for 2 weeks, and when they came back, I had constructed a no smoking sign and a thank you for not smoking underneath it, all out of the cigarette butts I had collected. They came home to find that, and my mom let out the loudest gasp I had ever heard, and my dad chased me around the garden with a bit of wood, but that's okay, we laugh about it now. Anyway, rules should really be thoroughly thought out before they are set. So I have 2 quick things. 1, I think they didn't want the ashtray in the garden because they wanted to silently discourage smoking. The second is OP said that they would keep moving the jar around from time to time to lessen the chances of its discovery. My question is, if you keep moving it around, how does that lessen the chance of its discovery? If it hasn't been initially found, does the chance of discovering it ever actually just increase by it sitting there versus moving it to a different spot? Unless, of course, you move it to a legitimately better hiding spot, which OP didn't describe. This next story is by Ace2094. Boss told me to follow the schedule. Alright, so this happened a few months ago, but my boss brought it up again today, so I figured I'd share. So my hours at work are so inconsistent, and I was scheduled for a 10-hour shift, but a lot of us don't go by the schedule because they schedule us outside of our availability. So I figured I'd come in at 10 p.m. rather than 12 a.m. and stay until 6:30 rather than 10 because I had explicitly told them I couldn't come in at midnight. But since I left 2 hours early, even though it was an 8-hour shift, my boss gave me crap about not following the schedule. Coincidentally, the next night, I was scheduled from 2 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. And you best believe I came in at 2 a.m. that night. Well, when I came in, my boss was pissed, wondering where I was, because they had a truck unload that started at 10 p.m. and was still going when I got in at 2 a.m. For comparison's sake, a truck unload typically takes about 2 hours. But anyways, they had 3 people total who were unloading the truck, very understaffed during peak season. But when my boss confronted me about why I didn't come in at 10 p.m. to help with the truck unload, all I could tell her was that I was following the schedule. Long story short, she told me to come in at 10 p.m. from then on out and to just disregard the schedule. Being late has never felt so good. Now, I don't know the full context, but it sounds to me like the boss was trying to milk OP for extra hours off the clock, telling you to clock out when you're scheduled to even though you came in a few hours early, and then when you show up for the actual hours, they get upset that you didn't come in early. I mean, I'm glad it got resolved, but it sounds a little fishy. Our next story is by Cranky Novelist. Mom said I had to get a Christmas mask. My mom is a huge Christmas fan. She goes overboard every year. For obvious reasons, we all need masks this year. I had ordered one from a horror narrator I really liked on YouTube. The mask had his logo on it, a skinwalker. As soon as Halloween was over, like 12:01 over, Mom started insisting I needed to get a Christmas-themed mask because the skinwalker one was too scary. After hearing this for a little while, I found that this particular narrator was selling his version of a Christmas mask, a Yeti that had somehow gotten tangled up on multicolored lights. This is when my malicious compliance comes into play. She had said to get a Christmas mask, so I ordered this one. It came in a few days later, and I showed her. She tried to say it didn't count. After I explained that she told me to buy one and it could count because of the lights, my 3 siblings agreed with me. When it comes to small stuff like this, we tend to have disagreements. Mom gave up on the Christmas mask after that. Well, I think one good way that you can look at this is that the mom didn't actually force you to do anything in particular. Plenty of moms could have very easily have gone out and bought some cringy Christmas mask and said, wear this, you have to wear this. But you went out, bought your own version of a Christmas mask, and yeah, you had a disagreement, but she let it be in the end. She didn't fight you on it, and she didn't force you to do something you obviously didn't want to do. This next story is by The Forever Bored. Want me to wake you up in the middle of the night? Sure. So for whatever reason, my parents make me charge my laptop right outside their room, and I usually stay up late doing homework. One particular night, however, This happened. Mom says, "You better put your laptop to charge outside. If you take it in your room, we're grounding you." I say, "Mommy, I need to do homework. The only reason why I charge it in my room is that I don't want to wake you up when I go to put it to charge at midnight." Mom says, "I don't care. It can't charge in your room." Later that night, I went to go put it to charge. My mom is the lightest sleeper in existence. If you even breathe loudly next to her, she'll wake up. So of course, me going to put it to charge woke her up. Mom comes out of her room and says, "What the heck are you doing?" I say, "Putting the laptop to charge like you told me to." Mom says, "You woke me up." "No, duh." I say, "You were the one who told me to charge it here. If you don't like it, I'll charge it in my room." Mom storms back into her room. She hasn't bugged me about that since then. I don't really get why she wants you to charge it outside of her room, but still lets you use it so late at night. You would think it would be because she's trying to prevent you from using it late at night, but obviously you were using it late at night or later at night anyways. This next story is by Raider Tomboy, Embarrassed My Principal. This story takes place in high school about 4 weeks into second quarter. I was hanging out with my friends in the bayou lunchroom and we were talking about something. Then an administrator walked over to me and said, "Mr. Zimbabwe has asked you to take off your hat." For context, the hat I was wearing was a cattleman cut cowboy hat that I had bought after my grandfather passed. I wore it to remember him as he was a cowboy and to improve my own look. I asked how Mr. Z knew and the admin pointed over and there was my principal scowling with his iconic double chin. So I asked the admin, "Can I go negotiate with him?" The admin said, "Sure, I don't see why not." So I walked over to Mr. Z and said, "Listen, Mr. "I don't want to hear it, Mr. Park. You have to follow the school rules." Then he took my hat to the security office. So I made a little plan. I would look for any loophole to get my hat back in. I looked at the school rules, but the hat rule didn't specify wide brim Western style hats. So I went to get my hat back, then went to Mr. Z and he told me to take it off. I then said to him, "I'm following the rules like you said. The rules say baseball hats and caps, not cowboy hats." He just sat there dumbfounded as the end of the day bell rang and I walked out of the school proud of myself. How much you want to bet that the next year or the next semester or whatnot, the rules were changed and cowboy hats were not allowed? Taking all bets. And our final story of the day is by Stupidly Ugly, How to Break a Dress Code. I broke the dress code at my last firm because of shoes. I got called to the carpet for wearing black Skechers to work, so I started coming in every day dressed to the nines. We're talking cufflinks, high-quality silk ties, gold face metal band watch, pocket squares, some of the finest bourbon wingtips you've ever laid eyes on. I got tailored dress shirts and custom suits cut for freak's sake. It wasn't cheap. I did this every day while making sure to casually point out that the very managers who complained about me were wearing Keds in the office. This went on for a few months. The interns and staff started dressing like me. We started comparing notes on tie knots and pocket square folds. We got high in tight haircuts with straight razor shaves. We bought badger hair shaving brushes and eucalyptus shaving soap. The partners started getting embarrassed as we were dressing considerably nicer than they cared to. They had a big meeting and declared the entire dress code dead. Jeans, t-shirts, flip-flops, all fair game unless you had a client meeting. That's a pretty good way of handling it, honestly, because they got upset about one small thing about the way you dressed. You dress up sharper and nicer than they can even dream to ever dress up. You dress up so nice that they go and kill the entire dress code just so they can get you to stop doing it. You gotta give props to yourself for embarrassing them so bad about the way they dress that they killed the dress code so you could stop dressing like that. I can't order a drink you're advertising and have open ingredients for? Fine. I'm in the UK and was with friends at one of the main coffee shop brands. I won't say which one, but it's similar to Cost-A-Lot. It was a few days after Christmas last year. Important for later. When I was served by the barista, it was obvious I was going to have an experience. This guy acted haughtily and spoke to people with a sneer and came across like he considered himself a prince amongst men. He had a long floppy fringe that he kept brushing out of his contempt-filled eyes every few seconds. He clearly didn't want to be there or deal with the likes of me. Awkward for both of us. It was a two-man team, so a barista would take the order and make the drink, so he had to make whatever anyone ordered. It was very early January, and the shop still had advertisements up for Christmas seasonal drinks. I'm a fan of uncommon flavored coffee or hot chocolate, and said shop was advertising a Black Forest hot chocolate. Black Forest is basically dark chocolate, black cherry, and cream. I ordered one, and the barista looked me up and down and sneered, "That's a Christmas drink." I say, "Yes." "It's after Christmas." I say, "Yes." Barista smirking, "So I can't make you a Christmas drink." "But you're advertising it, and you've still got the ingredients open behind the counter." This drink is basically a shot of the flavored sauce, hot chocolate, and cream on top. It's not that onerous or taxing to make compared to a normal hot chocolate. It's literally a normal hot chocolate with a flavor syrup put in. Barista sighing and rolling his eyes, "It's not available right now." I wondered if he was being a tool for some unknown superiority complex, was being lazy and didn't want to make this beverage, or if there was really some directive. So I threw up a weather balloon question. "Okay, fine. In that case, would I be able to buy a single shot of a flavored syrup, please? It says they're 35 pence on the board." Barista dismissively, "I don't see why not." I say, "Can I order a shot of the black cherry syrup there, but in a medium-sized takeaway cup?" Barista tuts and silently turns, gets a shot of said syrup in a cup for me, and contemptuously places it in front of me. "Anything else?" he sneers. Cue my malicious compliance. I slide the cup back to him and say, "Can you make a medium hot chocolate in this cup for me, please? And stir it well before you put the whipped cream on top." Barista grimaces and realizes that I've followed his instructions completely and still got myself a Black Forest hot chocolate. I stand and watch him make it, which he does with the most reluctant and bitter energy imaginable. For the record, it was pretty good. I think this guy was just being a bit of a jerk. Why would a coffee shop have a rule about when you can and can't order a drink as long as you have the materials? Just because it's just after the season doesn't mean that they're going to try and prevent a sale from happening. Also, all this talk about custom drinks or seasonal drinks has me kind of thinking, what would you order if you went to a coffee shop? For me, 99% of the time I go to a coffee shop, which is rare, I usually order something that's probably so unhealthy and so chocolatey that you could hardly call it coffee anymore. So let me know what you would order, or if you wouldn't at all, in the comments down below. Our next story is by Orion2200. Following directions to adhere to company food safety procedures cost the company in excess of 25,000 Australian dollars. Several years ago, I was working as the manager of the meat department in a large Australian supermarket chain. I'd been pulled up for minor issues relating to food safety in the past, mainly relating to temperature checks and cabinet cleaning. During the discussions about these issues, I was told, as well as recorded in writing, that the food safety guidelines are a legal document and are not up for negotiation or interpretation and must be adhered to the letter. Remember that quote. Fast forward to a few days before Christmas. My store was one of the busiest in the region, so the meat case and cool rooms were packed to the absolute max, with stock, hams, roasts, turkeys, the whole works. It was the same store-wide, absolutely maxed out. Christmas in Australia is unlike most other places. It gets hot. Darn hot. On this particular day, the temperature outside was pushing 45 degrees Celsius, approximately 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Aircon and fridges were all working hard to keep everything cool, when suddenly at about 3 p.m., we have a store-wide blackout. Usually we have a backup generator which would kick in and keep the cool rooms running, so that worst case, stock could be emptied out of the cabinets and into the rooms to keep it food safe. Well, for some reason the generator didn't kick in, and the store was completely without power and running on emergency lighting only. We evacuated the store and were contacting technicians, etc. to get things running again. I checked the food safety guidelines book, and the policy in such a situation was to monitor the temperature of stock every 15 minutes. And if it reaches over 4 degrees Celsius and stays there for more than 2 hours, all affected stock must be discarded. Being such a hot day, the temperature had already breached the 4-degree upper limit when I did the first check, meaning the countdown was on to get things running again. I documented absolutely every step of the way, following the guidelines to the letter. At 4:45 p.m., with 15 minutes to go until the deadline, I went to the office and got a handheld scanner in preparation for what was to come, and was spotted by the store manager, who asked what I was doing. I told him that I was getting it to begin dumping stock. We argued back and forth, with him saying that the stock would be fine and that a refrigerated truck was on the way to move everything into. It ended in me saying, "The guidelines are a legal document. By ordering me to go against what they say, you're instructing me to break the law, which I am respectfully refusing." At 5 p.m., I began scanning off and dumping stock from my case. I'd already almost filled an entire dumpster with stock when the refrigerated truck turned up. The manager once again instructed me and the fellow department managers to take our now unsafe stock and move it into the truck. Everyone hesitated, but I flat out refused and continued dumping my stock. He eventually revoked my access to the handheld scanner in order to stop me. So I called the area manager, his boss, and explained the situation and what he had instructed. Area manager said although it was never public, there was actually some built-in wiggle room between the company policy and the legislated state code, and that although it breaches the company policy, the state food safety code hadn't yet been breached, but was furious that the store manager had instructed me to intentionally breach the company policy. I told the area manager that I had been instructed and documented to follow the food safety guidelines to the absolute letter, and that the policy was non-negotiable and not up for interpretation. He agreed that I had done the correct thing by dumping the stock, and also agreed that I was within my rights to refuse the orders of the store manager, thinking they were illegal. All in all, I dumped about $25,000 of stock, and my team got a ton of overtime to bring the case and stock levels back up to presentable standard for Christmas. The manager got a very severe reprimand and was fired for an unrelated issue not long after. So to tell you the truth, I actually understand the manager's plight here. That's a lot of stock to have to deal with dumping, and you just don't want to have to deal with thousands and thousands of dollars being disposed of under your management. That said, food safety is food safety, and there's a very clear guideline that isn't otherwise described as having any wiggle room. You definitely don't want to serve bad food and get people sick. Definitely not very good management, and of course, they were fired later for, I assume, bad management. Our next story is by Rowan6, 1 bone, 1 dry cappuccino for Satan. I used to work at this mom and pop coffee house. It was honestly one of my favorite jobs. Free snacks, free drinks, and mostly lovely customers. Making drinks was always fun. Fewer things are better than getting perfectly steamed milk with thick fluffy foam. I had an older customer come in one day and order a bone-dry cappuccino. I absolutely hate that phrasing, but that's neither here nor there. She also asked to have it in-house, so I start to make it. I would make several dry caps a day for my regulars, so I was pretty well versed in the drink. Espresso, a generous amount of that fluffy foam, very little milk, like very little. Placing the ceramic mug down on the counter, I say, 1 dry cappuccino, and immediately she shoots me a nasty look. I was puzzled, but told her I hope she enjoys her drink and start cleaning my station. Before she's even halfway to her table, super small shop, she snaps backwards and rudely tells me she ordered a dry cappuccino. I tell her I'm sorry and ask if she would like me to remake it. Perhaps I wasn't paying close attention and added a bit too much milk. She handed me the beverage, and upon looking at it, it seemed perfectly fine. dry as any dry cappuccino I've ever had or made. But nonetheless, I made her a new one because I didn't want to deal with the headache. This time I made sure to add even less milk than the first, which isn't much to start with. Let her know it was ready, apologized one last time, and that I hope she enjoyed this one. She doesn't step away from the bar and inspects the dry cap in front of me, then proceeds to huff and ask me, "Are you blind?" Taken aback, I asked her what she meant. She then started to swirl the ceramic mug around like some cappuccino sommelier and asks me if I can see the drink moving around in the mug or not. Confused, I say, "I do? I mean, there's liquid in a ceramic cup. Of course it's going to move." I ask her if she needs anything else. She slams the mug down on the bar and raises her voice, demanding a bone-dry cappuccino, dang it. I tell her I will remake it a final time. She practically snarls as she waits for her drink. One final bone-dry cappuccino. She comes over to the bar, again, as I place not one, but 2 cups. "I only wanted one," she grunts. No, this is one. Here's your foam, and over here is your espresso. It's a DIY bone-dry cappuccino. Enjoy! She asks if she can just have her previous mug back, and I tell her I already poured it down the drain. She then reaches her little crypt keeper hands in my tip jar. I pull the jar away and tell her if she does that again, I will have to ask her to leave as I don't know if she put any money in, let alone how much. She huffed yet again, and I asked her if she needed help taking her 2 mugs to the table. She picked both up, sat down, mumbled, and stared at me the entire time. All I could do was smile and try to hold back my laughter. I don't even understand what she wants. Of course liquid is going to swirl around in the cup. Does she want just like coffee grounds? Like what's going on? Does she want like nothing but foam covering the top where you can't see the liquid at all? I don't know. And then her nerve at the very end to be like, "Well, I hate the service here. I'm gonna try and take a tip out of the tip jar back." How was that ever going to fly? This lady was just weird and confusing and just a bad customer to begin with. I too hope she enjoyed her DIY project at the coffee shop. And our final story of the day is by Queen Bumblebee. I played with the balloon and she got fired. When this experience was going on, I didn't feel like it would have belonged here, but I guess it kinda does. For some context in the story, I am allergic to what is called latex. For those who don't know, it is in balloons, band-aids, paint, and other stuff. I am really allergic. Less than 1% of the American population has this allergy. I was in kindergarten and it was time for gym class. We had a newer teacher for gym and she didn't know about my allergy. So when she brought out balloons for us to play with in gym class, I told her. Her response was, "That isn't a real allergy, and besides, balloons don't have that latex thingy in them anyway, they're made of rubber." She clearly didn't know that latex is a type of rubber, so I played with the balloon. In turn, I swelled like a balloon. Ironic, isn't it? Grew a rash all over my body and started wheezing from the lack of oxygen flow. She started freaking out. Principal, my parents, my teacher, and a nurse were all called. In the end, she got fired for not listening to me and making me play with something I shouldn't have. I don't know when the story was taking place, maybe it was a little older, but nowadays, anything involving allergies is very seriously taken care of. I mean, I'm sure things can slip under the radar, but nowadays it seems like the training and the rules and restrictions they put in place very heavily shine a spotlight on allergies. At least I would like to hope that nowadays this kind of thing wouldn't happen, but you never know. I'm just glad little OP was okay. Unless a ghost was writing this story. You want me to pour cold water to melt the ice? Background. When I was 16 while working as a bagger in a grocery store, we got a new manager. We will call her Elisa. Elisa had a very "I'm right, you're wrong" attitude. She didn't care if she was in the wrong, but you better do what she told you until she changed her mind. If you spoke out against her, you would end up on her crap list and she would do her best to get you fired. Story. Generally, the bagger is the lowest position in a store. We collect carts from the lot, put away items, stock, clean, bag, and somehow we are always at fault. Cue Elisa. I had an early shift. Clocked in, started morning duties, and I heard on the loudspeaker, "OP, please come up to aisle 6. Frozen aisle, seafood." Edit. This is an oval-shaped, open-air freezer at the end of the aisle. 6 compartments, about 20 feet long in total. 1 compartment on each end, 2 in between on each side. About 2 feet deep under the aluminum panels with fans facing out from the center. Drainage in the bottom. Freezing air blows out vents onto the merchandise above. Drainage compartments eventually clog with ice over time. I came in and Elisa gives me a smile and asks me to grab a bucket and scrub brush. I was going to pull up the bottom aluminum floor panels at the bottom of the freezer and melt the ice that accumulates around the fans. It should take no longer than 30 minutes, she said. Make sure you use cold water since we don't want the temperature sensors to go off. Anything over 42 degrees Fahrenheit will set them off and corporate would call. I say, let me make sure I have this right. You would like me to fill the bucket with cold water and pour it on the ice in the freezer while the freezer is at 19 degrees Fahrenheit? Stares at me like I'm stupid. I inform her it isn't going to work. The water will freeze and just create a mound of ice. I suggest using hot or practically boiling water while watching the temperature. Elisa gives me a firm no and the threat of writing me up if I disobey. The start of the malicious compliance begins. I've already figured that no matter what I do, I'm likely to be in trouble. To get the water, I had to fill it in the meat department sink. The meat manager asked what I was up to, and I told the story with all the details. Meat manager is scratching his head and he heads over to call Elisa. She confirms and I hear a bit of arguing. Meat manager comes back, gives me a smile and says to do as I was told. He'd back me up. So for the next hour, I must have put about 200 gallons of cold water onto the freezer fan. I switched from a 2-gallon bucket to a 5-gallon. I stopped and moved to the next fan each time the compartment was to the brim with ice. I got 4 compartments done before she came to check on me. Instant rage. Elisa went from white to red real quick. It was also the first time I've heard a manager cuss. "What the duck is this? How the duck could you screw up something so simple?" said Elisa. I said I did exactly what you told me to. I took buckets of cold water and poured them on the ice around the fans. Right as she said she was going to write me up, the meat manager came over after hearing her cussing. The meat manager saw the ice-filled compartments and mentioned that I should have used hot water. This sent Elisa over the edge. "Up to my office now, you're being written up." The meat manager did what he said he'd do. He stuck up for me. Meat manager mentioned that he double-checked with her what she wanted me to do, and I was complying with her instructions. She went silent for a moment and it was like her head was going to pop off. She just took a deep breath and muttered out, "Fix it," and walked away. The meat manager gave me an extended industrial hose hooked up to the hot water. The water in meat department can get up to 140 degrees Fahrenheit to kill bacteria. The ice was gone in 15 minutes, and since apparently the freezer temperature measured as a whole, it never went above 34 degrees Fahrenheit. Elisa avoided me for over a week afterward. I knew I was on her crap list, and for the next 8 months, she tried to write me up for the most pitiful reasons. I eventually was given a written warning for leaving 9 minutes early with approval from the front-end manager that was friends with Elisa. At that point, I knew I would get fired for crap eventually, and I quit without my 2 weeks. So let me ask you guys, if you found yourself in this perilous situation, and you knew that pouring that water on those fans was just going to create a giant block of ice and completely get the problem even worse, would you give in to the pressure the manager's putting on you and go through with it? Or would you refuse to do it, maybe insist that they try it first just to prove that the problem would be there? Let me know what you would have done in the comments down below, because I feel like I might have not been able to just go through with it knowing that it would have just made the problem worse. I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Our next story is by Leah Dantaru. "Oh, you want a man? Okay. I work in a field that is dominated by men. In fact, in my office of 30-ish people, only 3 of us are female. my direct boss, one of our QA reps, and myself. My job is a mix of technical support and customer service in a niche industry, and I have worked at my company for nearly 15 years doing the same job. Small company and not a lot of room to move as we tend to stick around. We deal with clients worldwide and my department consists of 6 people. Generally, we have 2 to 3 on phones at any given time, 1 on chat and the other 2 working on different queues. At least 2 to 3 times a week, I am mistaken by clients as the secretary and asked to be transferred to tech support. My standard response is, I am part of tech support, what can I help you with today? And they are happy to work with me. Occasionally, maybe once every couple of years, someone will tell me they want to talk to a male or more senior rep. My boss is fine with me accommodating these requests as long as we don't have a queue. On this particular day, we had me and our newest team member who had been with the company maybe a year at this point. He's now been with the company over 5 years. 2 of our team members had the day off and it was later in the day, so the third person had finished their shift and gone home. It was busy and we had a bit of a queue and the new guy had a pretty difficult issue that he had been on call for about 30 minutes. It was also when our management had their off-site, so we literally had no management in the office. I answer a call. Thank you for calling company support. This is OP. Can I get your name or account number? Can you transfer me to support? I am in support. How can I help you today? Transfer me to a man. Women don't work in support. I'm sorry, sir. All our other representatives are on calls right now. How can I assist you today? Client hangs up. I take the next 2 calls, no issue. The third call is the same caller. Thank you for calling company support. This is OP. Can I get your name or account number? Can you transfer me to support? I am in support. The client hangs up before I can offer to assist him again. I take another 2 calls, all the meanwhile helping the new guy where I can as he's now about an hour on the call. Next call, yup, the same guy. Thank you for calling company support. This is OP. Can I get your name or account number? Can you transfer me to support? I am in support. How can I help you today? Transfer me to a man. Women don't work in support. I'm sorry, sir. All our other representatives are on calls right now. I am not working with a woman. I want your manager. I'm sorry, the manager is not in her office at this time. No, I want a male manager. I'm sorry, all the managers are away from their desks in a meeting at this time. I can request that one call you back when they are available. The client hangs up. At this point, the queue is clear and I continue to help the new guy with his issue. 5 minutes later, I get a call. It's the same guy. Thank you for calling company support. This is OP. Can I get your name or account number? Can you transfer me to support? I am in support. How can I help you today? Client hangs up. Immediately, he calls back and I answer again. We have caller ID so I can see it's the same guy. Thank you for calling company support. This is OP. Can I get your name or account number? He hangs up. This repeats about 6 times before I think he finally gave up. The new guy and I are close to fixing his client's issue. Maybe 10 minutes have passed since the guy stopped calling when he calls back. Thank you for calling company support. This is OP. Can I get your name or account number? Is there a male available yet? The new guy fixes the issue and hangs up, offers to take the call. Yes, one moment while I transfer you to another rep. Finally. I transfer the call and the new guy answers. The client's issue is rather difficult and after 5 minutes, he asks for a more senior rep as the new guy doesn't know what he's doing. Client's words, not mine. The new guy looks at me and mouths, he wants a senior rep, to which I nod and he transfers the call back to me. Thank you for calling company support. This is OP. Can I get your name or account number? I asked for a senior rep, not a female. Sir, I am the senior rep available right now. I've been with the company for over 10 years. Obviously, I know what I'm doing, or I wouldn't still work here. The client reluctantly allows me to assist him, and it took me less than 15 minutes to get him going again, as it was an issue we knew about with the version released when I started. And as the new guy never dealt with the older versions, he was still learning the legacy protocols. To the client's credit, they have never asked me to talk to a male again, and more often than not, ask to talk to the female in support when they call. If anything, if there's a field that is absolutely dominated by males or females, connecting to one of the lone males or females in that respective group should be seen as a good thing, because that means they're good enough to break through in a very dominated field. I think that makes sense, right? At least I think it usually means th're pretty passionate about what they do. This next story is by Leafy Strophius. Want me to clean the bathroom in the middle of lunch rush? Sure thing. This event happened about a year ago when working at the good old Golden Arches. Details may be a small bit fuzzy. So during this particular lunch rush, I was the only one on register, giving me the privilege of running around the lobby, restocking, sweeping, mopping, the general stuff. When the rush slowed a bit, but was definitely not over, my manager pulled up and asked me to check on the bathrooms. Alright, not a big deal, and I haven't looked at them since I clocked in a good few hours ago. Popped in both bathrooms looking them over and taking mental notes that it needed some cleaning, then went back to taking orders. A good 5 or so minutes later, I noticed my manager come out of the bathrooms looking a bit upset. We lock eyes and she makes a beeline towards me. "Why haven't you taken care of the bathrooms like I asked?" I replied with a simple, "I'm the only one up here in the middle of a rush. There is no time to clean them." She did not like that and angrily tells me to grab a bucket with bleach and scrub the bathrooms until they were spotless. My post would be covered by one of the other managers on duty. Alright, fine. I'll make them spotless. Proceeding to the back of the building, I grab some cleaning supplies. Bucket of hot water and diluted bleach, mop bucket filled with bubbles, nice fresh sponge, a whole roll of paper towels, and a good few pairs of gloves to boot. Taking my small arsenal to the bathroom, I got to cleaning everything. I spent a good 30 plus minutes in each bathroom, scrubbing, mopping, spraying. All the while people are coming in and out of the bathrooms, grubbying up all my work. When transitioning between bathrooms, the manager that took over my post commented that it doesn't take that long to clean them. I just stated she wants them spotless and continued. Finally finishing, after the better part of an hour and a half, I replaced my arsenal and washed up, ready to get back to my post on the register, which was rather behind. All my hard work was in vain as the bathrooms were once again trashed. Worse, if I may add, less than an hour later. Did I mention that we were severely understaffed that day? That's just bad management. Honestly, if you're that bad at managing, you should probably just let the employees do their own thing because they'll probably manage the place better than you've been doing it. I don't understand in any way why you would be in the bathroom cleaning it up during lunch rush. So quickly now, I want to explain just how to enter the giveaway. All you need to do is leave a comment on this video relevant to something you saw or heard or liked in any story in that video. That's it, you're entered. But it applies to every single video we upload this week. So to get the best odds at winning the $30 Amazon gift card giveaway, you'll want to leave a comment relating to any of those videos all week long. On Sunday, after the last video has gone out, I'll pick one comment at random and let you know on the following Monday who has won, and then it starts all over again. So make sure you leave a relevant comment on this video and additionally every video I upload this week for the absolute best chance to win. And while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and give the videos a like too, because it helps more than you could imagine. And our final story of the day is by Green Veins. Document everything? Sure, no problem. My now ex-boss had someone write up sexual harassment papers against him. He told some of us in the office to start documenting everything he was doing for a week because he was going to prove she was just over-exaggerating his jokes. It was like he watched an episode of The Office and got the bright idea to have a select few record his daily activities for a week, but he knew he was being documented, so obviously he was going to be on his best behavior. Nothing ever happened, but I knew he would go back to his old ways eventually. I myself was getting tired of having him comment on my appearance. If I had a buttoned-up shirt, he would say, "Do us a favor and let the girls breathe. We're about empowerment here." And then lose it like some drunk redneck at a blue comedy tour. I recorded him longer than a week. I documented his behavior for 2 whole years. I knew if I came forward and requested to file paperwork on him, it would be another repeat. I would just be exaggerating and it would be brushed under the rug. One day, something happened during my shift that was his fault. Missed delivery. But he put the blame on me. I come in the next day with my boss's boss waiting for me with a write-up. I have never had a write-up even during school. Not gonna lie, I became visibly upset. I was crying at 5:30 in the morning because I was just so tired of the BS. The boss sat and talked with me. After a while, he point blank just asked me, Has he ever said anything or done anything inappropriate to you or to another coworker? It was like he knew my boss was a jerk. Apparently, they needed more than just verbal accusation to fire him, or so he said. He implied that if someone were to come forward with proof, it would be easier for the higher-ups to investigate. I told him I've been documenting his behavior and could provide the proof that they needed. They fired him almost immediately. He's not allowed on the property anymore. You know how gossip goes, but I heard that someone else came forward with a video and they had concerns over our boss just sitting in his car in between shifts and following his employees home. I believe it. One night way after his shift ended, he somehow got behind me and rode my car's butt to the gas station with his brights on. I was fully prepared to fight someone at a country gas station, but then he emerged laughing and said, "It was only a joke, I'm just messing." So yeah, freaking weirdo. I don't think getting fired and being barred from going onto the property anymore is a fitting thing for them. Making comments like they did about the button-up shirt, yeah, that's harassment. That's good enough to get them fired and off the property. But following people around after their shift has ended all the way to a gas station and going, "It was only a joke, I'm just messing," that is not okay. I just hope karma catches up to him in the end. Testing the fire alarm and testing me. Going back about 16 years, I worked in an entry-level admin job which included taking phone calls from people wanting repairs to their social housing. Lots of angry people calling. Being the helpful young chap I was, I also volunteered to test the fire alarm in the building with a couple of other colleagues. This was done at 9 a.m. every Monday morning. One morning, I'd had a particularly obnoxious caller and didn't get off the phone until about 9:15 a.m. Straight after, I made my way to the alarm panel at the other end of the building and we did the test. No issues, or so I thought. Few hours later, my manager calls me to go see her. She is fairly new. Turns out, she wants to point out the importance of doing the alarm on time. I shouldn't be late doing it, and that I should organize my time better, etc. I tell her the best option is if I stop doing the tests, since I can't guarantee I am always free at 9 a.m. For example, if someone calls at 8:40 a.m. and chews my ear off for 30 minutes, I am definitely not gonna put them on hold and piss them off more. Manager says I should stop spitting my dummy out and being sulky and petulant. I agreed that I would carry out the tests at 9 a.m. sharp in the future. Next few weeks pass, and the manager is getting complaints from callers that either they get cut off or inexplicably put on hold. She notices this happens around 9 a.m. Mondays, and the complaints all relate to calls involving me. Yep, I was either just cutting callers off completely or putting them on hold for however long it took to make sure that alarm was done at 9 a.m. Any callers wanting to speak to my manager? But of course, sir/madam, here are her contact details. Needless to say, I stopped having to do the alarm, and my manager had to do it instead, as nobody else was able to. Manager and I continued to work for the same employer, although I went off in a different team. We bumped into one another on training courses, etc. for some time, and she was always frosty, had a reputation for it by that time. Until recently when she was laid off, and I did not find it hilarious at all. What do you guys think is better? Putting anyone on that call straight to hold when you go to test the alarm, or keeping them on and you set the phone off to the side and you just let the alarm blare while they're on the call? Let me know in the comments down below. I feel like if the manager kept letting this go on the way it was, maybe it would have reached the latter point. Our next story is by Neuron Sauce. Nothing says I can't wear a beard net with the rest of the guys. 25, female. During undergrad, I worked at a deli in a major supermarket. Most of my coworkers were also in college, and we all got along and generally had a good time. We usually didn't have too much trouble, but for some reason, a couple of managers had decided that they didn't like one of my coworkers. Let's call him Corey. They would nitpick his work and give him a hard time for things the rest of us never got in trouble for. One morning, they decided that his 5 o'clock shadow warranted a beard net. Now, this was an unusual request considering that 1, no one without a beard had ever been told to do this before, and 2, he barely had any stubble. And 3, they made a big deal about it and seemed to be trying to make him feel bad about it. Cue the malicious compliance. Managers aside, I was the only female employee in the department at the time. So I stroll up and ask what's going on. They point out his stubble. I respond that I'm certain that I have eyebrow hairs longer than that. And in mock concern, I ask if I should be wearing my hairnet over them. They sort of look at each other and hesitantly say, "No, you don't need to do that." I ask why not, because it's likely that my eyebrow hairs would be in someone's food if we're worried about chin stubble. They persist that no, I shouldn't worry about it. Then I ask about the fine hairs on a woman's face. What about those? Should I be shaving? They're catching on now. They tell him to put on a beard net and leave. He does, and so do I. Solidarity. I don't think I've seen so many people double take and start laughing before. The customers and my indirect managers thought it was hilarious. When they would ask me about it, I would just say that I was protecting the food in the store from any potential hairs, real or imagined. By noon, when the original pair of managers returned, I was having a very good day. They begged me to take the beard net off, and I pointed out that there was nothing in the store policy saying that I couldn't wear PPE, which included beard nets. I wore it until the end of my shift that day. They never bothered Corey about his stubble after that. So I did a quick Google just for fun, and it says that it actually is still advisable to wear a beard net if you have stubble, just because beards in general, even if it's just stubble, has a much greater tendency to hold on to more bacteria than a clean-shaven face. So it helps in mitigating the risk of contamination from the bacteria, not the actual hairs falling into whatever food. Our next story is by Mirzik69. Whatever the customer wants. Oh, really? Okay then. It's your loss. Hello, Reddit. When I was younger, I used to work for a diner. I would like to think I was a good worker and looked out for the interest of the business over the customers because sometimes the customers demand ridiculous things that are not on the menu or things the restaurant will definitely lose money on. Anyway, so at this diner, we used to make fresh juices, which was a big craze at the time, everyone trying to juice and be healthy. The boss was in deep debt, so he was always kissing people's butt to keep the business going. One day, this lady, notorious for being a pain in the butt, walks in and says she wants to try a fresh juice because she started working out, blah blah blah. So I said, okay, no problem, what would you like in your juice? She replies, I want a juice with only spinach. I said, I'm sorry, but that's not possible. She insisted and I refused. She walked away upset. Before you ask, for those of you who don't have experience juicing, I can tell you that making pure spinach juice is a bad business decision on the restaurant's part because it takes a ton of spinach to make a 16-ounce glass of juice. I'm not exaggerating. It would take me 3 huge bags that could make maybe 10 salads apiece just to make one juice. So that's 30 meals consisting primarily of spinach just to make one juice cup. So anyway, next morning, my boss comes in and says to me that the lady was complaining about me and saying that I refused to serve her. So I tried to explain to him, but he stopped me and said that whatever the customers want is what I should give. He pretty much said, you're here for a certain job, if you don't want to do it, go home. So I said, fine, you're the boss. She comes in later that day and asks for an all spinach juice. So I do as I'm told. I went to the basement, got 3 super-sized bags of spinach, and started to throw them in the juicer by the fistful. As I'm about to finish, my boss is coming upstairs and sees what I'm doing and immediately flips the freak out. What the heck do you think you're doing? I said, exactly what you told me to do, to make the juice for that crazy lady. He says, are you freaking stupid? Look at all the spinach you're wasting. Me again. Well, I tried to tell you, but you didn't want to hear it. He ended up banning the lady from the restaurant entirely, and I was happy he felt as frustrated as I did when he scolded me for refusing something which was in his benefit. I get that they were tight on money and it's a stressful situation to manage it, and you don't want to upset any paying customer, but if an employee didn't do something because they were concerned about something, it's a good idea to hear them out on what their concern was before you make a final judgment and order them to do something entirely different. This next story is by Toasted Maple. Sorry, but only the coordinators get to eat these. I used to work as a care coordinator, scheduling nurses and PSWS to private homes. I had hundreds of staff and thousands of clients to schedule daily, and that was just what I had to cover, let alone my other 8 coordinators who worked alongside with me with their own locations to schedule. We worked together for 8 years, and it always seemed that the nurse managers got special treatment, although we definitely were doing the brunt of the work. These nurses did not do nurse work, but rather go out once in a while or just call a client, talk to them, and then write down, yes, they still need care. Anytime the coordinators had put together money for a pizza day or donut day, our nurse managers insisted that had to be included in getting the free food, even though they never contributed. Our office manager made sure to have us include the nurses whenever we bought food for ourselves, but they never had to share with us. If the nurses decided to order pizza, which the company paid for every time, the coordinators were not allowed any. They started putting the nurses' pizza in a small room locked so we couldn't get to it, but eventually started using our lunchroom to keep the pizza there and just had a sign, "Nurses only." This was happening every month and a bit. So finally, at the end of my coordinator career and basically being freaking fed up with this crap hole company, I decided, freak you, and started bringing in food for the coordinators. Donuts and desserts I'd make myself. I ended up just keeping the food at my desk and had a sign on it saying, "Only coordinators." The nurses would come over to grab some, and I would tell them, "Oh, this isn't for you, you're a nurse, not a coordinator." They went to HR and tried to get me in crap, but I had so many documented dates of how the nurses got paid by company lunches and had the coordinators pay solely for pizza days and whatever where they took food they didn't help with. The HR just let it go. I quit soon after, thank God. Seems to me that the nurses got this kind of superiority complex, where they felt all high and mighty and, oh, we do all this hard work even though they're fake nurses. Us fake nurses slave away so hard all day long, none of the coordinators can have any of our pizza, we don't want to share with them. But wait, the coordinators ordered pizza? Well, we deserve some of that. I mean, how much more hypocritical can you get? And our final story of the day is by Angry Arm Hair. Sell as many great buy product replacement policies as possible? Alrighty then. This was about 10 years ago when I worked at Great Buy. Every morning we were pressured into selling these ridiculous insurance plans that rarely paid off for the customers. We had high margins on these plans. However, we were not on commission, so there was very little incentive to actually sell these, except management constantly pressured us to sell them. Every morning, we had our morning meeting, and they would scold all the employees for not selling enough. You took trainings, and they tried to brainwash you into thinking the plans were worthwhile and in the customer's best interests. Well, I luckily only needed this job to fill an employment gap while I was going to college, so I didn't care to sell these things unless I was asked by a customer if there was coverage for accidental damage or that sort of thing. Naturally, management was always on my case for not selling any plans. Sometimes they'd give me some space to discount certain products to sort of half the cost of the plans. Some customers liked this, so I'd always try to bundle it like that to avoid ripping off the customers who actually wanted the plans. We weren't supposed to sell the plans on fruit products if we were combining with a discount, since we basically got zero margin on those. Well, I stopped caring about those restrictions and started selling discounted fruit products with the insurance plans. After a couple of weeks of selling tons of these close to when I wanted to quit, folks loved getting discounted fruit products and started telling friends, I got pulled into the office by management who looked incredibly frustrated. There were some discrepancies in the store's revenue because we had been losing profit on fruit products. They had traced it back to me giving discounts. They said to not bother with selling the plans anymore until I had retaken the trainings on the plans, and if I failed again, they'd put me on a performance improvement plan. I shortly gave my 2 weeks notice. I hate retail. There's definitely a lot of things to not like being an employee in the retail sector, especially something that's majorly franchised like Great Buy is. All this pressure to sell stuff that just preys on the customer because, let's be real, 95% of the time, nobody's going to be using those warranties they paid for. You see it all the time even on sites like Amazon. You go to check out for some kind of electronic and it's like, buy this 4-year warranty plan? Let's be real, 2 years into using it, if it breaks, you're not even going to remember that you had a warranty plan for it. And then on top of that, a lot of these warranty things want you to have proof of warranty and forms and papers and, oh well, you needed to sign up for this online at this website we listed here in the description 2 years ago when you bought it and blah blah blah. And that's just warranties. There's way more stuff that's bad with working retail. But I digress. The Office Q. I work as a developer in an IT company, though I still do a number of support tasks every now and then. Due to the current global health crisis, we are asked to work from home as much as we can. There still is the option to work from the office, but with no more than one person being allowed per room. You have to request a day where you can come into the office. You're then placed in the office queue and assigned a date when you can come in. Our access cards are linked to the system, so we physically cannot come into the office outside of our assigned dates. Of course, some people, including our CEO, are there practically every day because they cannot work from home. This is all fine and everyone understands, even though it makes the office queue longer. However, if you're able to work from home at all, you have to make use of this queue and are not allowed to deviate from that. One day I get a call from the CEO. My computer stopped working. Have you tried XYZ? We go through some basic on-the-phone troubleshooting steps, but to no avail. Then please come into the office as soon as you can. I'm really stuck here. Thinking he'll sort out the access into the building, I get in my car and get to the office about 10 minutes later. However, at the reception, my card doesn't allow me access. I speak to the receptionist and she informs me that I should make use of the office queue in order to get in, as the nature of my work doesn't require me to be in the office. I eventually end up calling my manager, the HR manager, and they all end up telling me the same thing. I even try ringing up the CEO to see if he can make an exception, but of course he doesn't answer his phone. So my only option is to go back home and submit a request into the office queue. My scheduled date is more than a week into the future. I shoot the CEO a quick email explaining that this is as soon as I possibly can get into the office. No further response. A week later, I get into the office, make my way to the CEO's workstation, and find him working on the tiniest laptop. He's furious that I couldn't come in sooner, but it turns out that he had no ability to override the office queue. Only the HR manager could do so, and they were now also in the queue in order to come in and override the queue for me. I do the troubleshooting that I can do on site and find that his computer doesn't boot indeed. But something starts smelling funny. I open the case to find something has short-circuited inside the power supply, and there is some smoke coming out. Immediately, I disconnect the power supply cable and grab a fire extinguisher. I end up not needing it as it stopped smoldering as soon as I disconnected the power, fortunately. But the wide-eyed, silent response from the CEO tells me he didn't see this coming. I remove the faulty component from the case and search around if there are any local stores that carry a new compatible PSU. There are none. We order one online and it is set to arrive the next day. I immediately submit another request into the office queue, only to find that it has grown considerably since the previous week. My next scheduled date is 2 weeks out, between Christmas and the New Year. I relay this to the CEO, expecting him to go off on me for this. Instead, he just sighs.
You know, at this point, I'm just glad you saved me from a fire. I'll ask the HR manager to put in a blanket override for you.
The replacement PSU is in the office for about a week now. HR is unwilling to make exceptions as I am still able to do my work from home just fine in their opinion. So our CEO will have to work on his laptop until Christmas. And even though he's more than a little frustrated about it, fortunately he's not frustrated with me. So if there's a medical emergency, is there some kind of override that you can do in that case? Obviously there's some kind of leeway for some kind of exception. Do you think HR is doing the right thing here, or do you think HR is being overly restrictive by not allowing OP to bypass the queue? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by CFWY Dirk, Old School Teamster Using Brakes as a Weapon. I was hired at a LTL freight company in a major metro area. I start at 10:30 a.m. If I were to take my breaks as scheduled, it would disrupt getting the job done. I usually have 18 to 24 stops. I need to make deliveries safely and quickly as possible as some customers close at 3 p.m. and I have to pick up shipments en route, then continue making deliveries until they are done. Don't always get all delivered. I have to make pickups from other customers who close early. To get this all done, I can't take my 12:30 coffee break. If I take my 30-minute lunch break as scheduled, I would never get it done. I bring a small cooler with food and drink so I don't have to stop the mission. It takes 7 to 8.5 hours to get it done. Then I take the 45 minutes of breaks before returning to the terminal. I had been doing this for months and all was well. One day the terminal manager asked why it took me so long to get back after my last stop. I explained what I had been doing. He told me going forward if I skipped a break, I would lose it, and I was to return to the terminal directly from my last stop. I am a Teamster. First priority are the customers who pay my wages, but I will never give up the breaks I have earned. We have work rules. Breaks are to be taken when you have a restroom and hot food is available. So, okay boss, you will get what you asked for. Next day, when it is time to take my first 15-minute break at 12:30, I call in to tell them I am going to where I am going to take my break. I called them when I got there and told them I'm starting my break. 15 minutes later, call in, break is over, heading to my next stop. Same thing for the half-hour lunch. This put me about an hour and 15 behind my former schedule. A lot of customers close at 5 p.m. I have their phone numbers. Some waited, some did not. I missed 3 pickups and 2 customers who were expecting their goods 600 miles away tomorrow, and they were not happy. The terminal manager told my union steward I was using my breaks as a weapon. This issue was never resolved the way the boss wanted, for me to skip my breaks. The boss had to figure out a different way to get her done. Me thinks he doesn't like me anymore. Well, depending on where you live, it's pretty illegal for them to try and assume that you're just going to skip all your breaks, especially when you're working 7 to 8.5 hours. That is insane amount of hours for somebody to log, while expecting them to not take a break in between any of that. OP more than deserves the 45 minutes at the very end. This next story is by Uwu Depression. You want me to sit on my hands to stop fidgeting? Fine, but I won't be able to use them to work. So I've recently been going through the process of getting an ADHD diagnosis, and part of this requires me to look through old school reports to see if there were patterns present during childhood. I got to one report that repeatedly mentioned fidgeting in each class by the same teacher, and it sparked a memory of 7-year-old me enjoying taking my teacher's words literally. I used to fidget. Bad. I was a great student, but I just couldn't keep my hands still because doing that stopped me from interrupting classmates and the teacher. One class, I'm fidgeting, and my teacher tells me off and says I need to sit on my hands to stop myself if I don't have any self-control.
I say, for how long? Miss J says,
Until I say you can stop.
so I sat on my hands like she asked. Then she started handing out our workbooks and pencils, and I thought I should start working, but I realized she hadn't said I could take my hands out from under my butt. But then I also can't raise my hand to ask if I can stop because that defeats the point. So I turned to my friend and asked for their help putting the pencil in my mouth and opening the workbook. I start writing with my head, which is when Miss J notices.
What the heck are you doing?
You said I had to sit on my hands until you said I could stop. You didn't say I could stop yet, so I'm making do. She got really angry at that and sent me out of the class for being too literal. But she never asked me to sit on my hands again. I'm assuming this is before the kind of more modern era where any kind of potential disability is taken pretty seriously by the schools in most scenarios, and teachers wouldn't be able to just get away acting like that. At least I really hope in the majority of places nowadays that they wouldn't be able to. Our next story is by Bebop and Rocksteady, called Every Time You Drive. My mom likely had narcissistic personality disorder, never diagnosed, and I was the oldest of my siblings. So I was the first of us kids to get my driver's license in the US at 16 during my junior year of high school. My mom was super controlling, and clearly the utter joy I felt at having some semblance of freedom was not okay with her. The first day I got my license and was ready to go to school, my mom was furious at me when I got home because I didn't call her. I was confused because I did call her when I got home from school. She worked as a doctor and so wasn't home until later. I even called her when I got to school in the morning. But oh no! In her rant, she explained that she didn't just want me to call when I got where I was driving, she wanted me to call her every time I got in or out of the car. I'm sure some of this was just natural parental worrying about your child driving, but my mom was also a witch, and a witch about this, so I knew what I had to do. Now, as a doctor, my mom's days were very busy, seeing patients, ordering labs, writing chart notes, making and taking phone calls, etc. Yes, there are free minutes here and there, but not on any particular schedule. So I knew my mother would absolutely hate if I called her as much as she said was required. It would be interruptions nonstop for her to just say, "Okay, bye," each time. But she asked. We had cell phones, but this was before texting was a thing. So my school was about 20 minutes from my house in medium traffic. I went to private high school where sophomore to senior students had an open campus. An example, we could leave when not scheduled in class. We also had a 15-minute mid-morning break and a 45 to an hour and 15 lunch depending on the day. Making the most of my new rule, I said goodbye to my mother in the morning and called her 20 minutes later from the school parking lot. Then at 10 a.m., I decided to make the most of my break and get a coffee. "Hi Mom, I'm going to Starbucks." 10:02 a.m. "Hi Mom, I'm at Starbucks." 10:08 a.m. "Hi Mom, just leaving Starbucks back to campus." 10:10 a.m. "Hi Mom, I'm back on campus." Then for lunch. Obviously I'm going off campus because I have my driver's license. 12:15 p.m. "Hi Mom, I'm going to the deli." She couldn't even make it one day. "Daughter, why do you keep calling me? Stop calling me, this is ridiculous." "But Mom, you said I had to call you every time I started driving and every time I got where I was going." "No, I didn't. That's stupid. Stop interrupting me. I'll see you at home." And just like that, no more calls. It's easy enough to say some things and kind of helicopter parent around, but when it involves basically poking you on a daily basis, multiple times needlessly, you very quickly realize that, yeah, no, maybe I'll land the helicopter on this one. And our final story of the day is by Not Blaine, The Banker's Guide to Time Travel. From a few years back when I worked at a bank. Within the bank, the risk and compliance areas of the company are basically there to insulate the corporation from loss and possible legal issues. In a lot of ways, whatever they say goes and there's no changing their mind. Ours was always famous for saying, "There's no such thing as an acceptable risk." Suffice to say, you don't want to be on their radar and should avoid all conflict. You won't win. Working in a branch, I had very little power or authority, but had more than your average bank teller. It often fell to people in my job to make decisions about what is and is not allowed. Over time, you develop a good understanding of your clients. Everyone has their own story. One customer, nice lady in her mid-60s, was in every month or so to deposit a check. She had an informal agreement with her husband. They remained legally married but separated. He lived in a different state, and once a month, he'd write her an alimony check. She'd deposit that check in her account, and that'd be her money. Otherwise, their finances were separate. Their joint account with us was closed some time ago. I knew this from many interactions with her. A teller brought the client over to my desk and told me there was a problem. In speaking with the teller, the client was trying to deposit a stale-dated check, which we had a strict policy against. The client was confused. She deposited the same check every month and didn't know what was different. When I looked at the check, I saw that the date was written as 12/13/49. This all happened in shortly before Christmas 2014. I looked at the previous checks she deposited and everything looked the same. Same handwriting, same signature, same design. Check number made sense for it to be written recently. A really strange circumstance. On a hunch, I asked the client when her ex-husband's birthday is, and she told me December 13th, 1949. That was it. What probably happened was her ex was on autopilot when he started to write the date, and just the 49 came out subconsciously. I know I've done similar things before. The client mentioned that she still needed to get the grandchildren presents, and she didn't know if her ex could get her another check in time. They didn't speak regularly. I took a beat, thought about the bank policies, and then authorized deposit. I co-signed the check with "approved by" next to my name and told the teller to accept it. About a week or two goes by and I get called in by my manager. She had the risk and compliance folks on the phone and she seemed really concerned. It was very much an "okay, what did you do now?" moment. Happily, as the conversation started and I knew what it was about, a wave of relief washed over me. "We don't accept checks older than 180 days. Why on earth would you approve a check that was 65 years old?" Paraphrased, but basically them giving us a stern talking to in some detail about how what we were doing was wrong. When my turn to speak arose, I responded, "The check isn't stale dated, it's post-dated. Nowhere on that check does it say 1949, it just says 49. The intent to write 2049 is more logical than the intent to write 1949. 35 years into the future, not 65 years into the past. And we do accept post-dated checks to deposit." I then went into a similar explanation of how we know the client, we understand the nature of the transaction, and pretty much the rest of this post. We were told they'd get back to us, and they never did. I guess at worst that's a draw, which is the closest to a win I could ever hope for. And I did my best to keep my head down until I found a different job. Well, OP was just trying to help the lady out. After talking through it and realizing that it's the husband's birth year, it was very clearly just a mistake that happened. Now the smart thing is, OP thought on their feet. The higher-ups claimed that it was a stale-dated check, which means a check with a date older than 6 months, which obviously banks don't accept. But OP said it wasn't 1949, it was post-dated, a check with a date in the future, 2049, which they do accept future-dated checks. Very, very quick thinking to help just shut down the situation being a problem in risk and compliance. Getting our own restroom and beating a gross manager at his own game. Backstory: I used to work a temporary job at a fish hatchery in the middle of nowhere, southeast Idaho. Specifically, we dealt with endangered sockeye salmon. I was very excited to start because this sounds very important to me in regard to salmon and recovery. Little did I know the managers were the most horrific, disgusting, vile human beings I had yet to deal with. They were both males. I am not talking poorly about males in general at all, but this is relevant to the story. There were countless stories of mismanagement at this place, but I will stick to this very humorous one. I didn't find out until later, but before I arrived, one of the other temps there had to clean out one of the restrooms from poop spray. As in, pressure wash poop spray in the front of the bowl. Yes, the manager of the hatchery pooped everywhere and made other people clean it. Great leadership. So on to the story. There are 2 restrooms there in the main office area. For obvious reasons now, the ladies, which there were 3 of us, not managers, would very much like to have one of those restrooms designated as the ladies' restroom. The 2 restrooms were literally right next to each other in the hallway and were exactly the same. This shouldn't be an issue, right? No, the narcissistic manager, who it was obvious at this point loved control, said no. There is no reason to have 2 different restrooms, they should be used for everyone equally. So for weeks, we sat there, our desks were just down the hall from the restrooms, and watched him use them both, hear flushing, and then immediately he would exit. My point, it was now obvious that in addition to leaving them in disgusting condition, he was not washing his sausage beaters after touching everything in there. Awesome. The other ladies got frustrated, I got frustrated, and then creative. He wanted us all to use the restrooms equally? Alright, we will use them equally. Before I start, I will say that I lived on site and thus opened up the building and got there before everyone else in the morning. Everything was able to be done craftily before dawn. So I went to the nearest town after work one day, a 45-minute drive away, to the Walgreens. I purchased every female-oriented product they had and began my plan. I started small. I put a box of XL super heavy flow tampons in one of the restrooms on the counter. Did the manager budge? He made it a point to now go only in that restroom. Perfect. And creepy and disgusting, but whatever. In the period of the next 2 to 3 weeks, I kept putting a product or 2 in there after every few days. Slowly and purposefully upping the pressure, like a vengeful anaconda. The next was bright red lipstick next to another XL box, but one of those adult-sized, super heavy flow pads. Did not deter the manager. I upped my game to spraying the most obscene, flowery scents in there every morning and leaving the perfume bottles next to the sink. Got nothing except a, "Wow, it smells nice in there." Lol, really? Gross. At this point, at least the assistant manager was avoiding this restroom like the plague. Alright, at this point we have been having fun with this for about 2 weeks or so with minimal results. Time for the squeeze. I took the most obvious bottle of douche I could find and sprayed the contents into the toilet, leaving the empty bottle right on the top of the toilet next to the box that very clearly said douche. Next to that, an open container of flowery Vagisil that had obviously been used recently. That may have been enough, but I also sprinkled some of the tampons all over the sink. After opening a few for max effect, we sat and waited like predators. On cue, upon arriving to work, the manager went to the specific restroom. Anticipation. After about 3 to 4 full seconds, he came out and without looking at any of us, shuffled quickly into the other restroom right next to the first one. This was the one we initially proposed as the male bathroom before any of this occurred. I think we were all crying from trying not to laugh, but I don't remember specifics. Just the feeling of victory. The manager did not speak to us for at least a week, which was more than we asked for, and didn't look at us for at least another week or so. And he never went into that restroom again, despite us removing our products and arsenal as they had done their job. It was a smooth and swift finish, and our objectives were met. I realized that I may have opened up a conversation about the female/male restroom debate, and this was not the intent. This happened like 6 or 7 years ago, and the only point was to get the nasty manager and assistant manager their own restroom. Thank you all for reading. I have other great stories of the hatchery, so you may hear from me again soon. So without wanting to cause too much drama, I'm purely curious. At a workplace like this, if you have two bathrooms that aren't actually labeled, should they be allowed for anybody to use at any time, or should one be a male and female restroom? To be fair, I can see the merit of allowing anybody to use them at any time. If it's a single-person bathroom and somebody's using the other one, you'd want to be able to just go right into the other bathroom and use it, right? The only part it falls apart is where people are disgusting and don't clean up after themselves. Which, if it's obvious who's doing that, I think it's completely acceptable to publicly shame them because, come on, you gotta do better than that. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Our next story is by Underwhelming Olive. Sure, I'd be happy to fill out your forced surveys. I used to work for a company that was huge on employee surveys. We had these surveys daily that we couldn't opt out of, sometimes more than one time per day. It was a crappy system, but that's for another day. Most of these were management and team-related questions. They were anonymous in that our managers can't see who submitted what on a survey. They went to another small team that sent them to higher-level management. I answered one and told my manager in a monthly one-to-one meeting about it. It asked about an aspect of my job I was having an issue with. He told me that I answered it correctly, whatever that's supposed to mean since he can't view them anyway. He then explained to me that these surveys directly relate to his job performance, so I was right to talk to him about it. No problem, as at the time I generally got along with my manager and my team. During this meeting, he expressed as long as we got all our work done, we got a full 40 hours in, and if there was support on site, we could leave early on Fridays. So I did exactly that. I communicated with everyone that I was leaving early. All work was done, no projects were critical, all 40+ hours accounted for, and there was still site support available if something went wrong after I left. I did this a couple times per month, for several months, always communicating, always getting in my full hours, etc. Then one day I got called into a phone meeting about my job performance. My manager asked if I left early last week. I told him yes, and that I followed our agreed upon policy that we discussed in our one-to-one meeting. He replied by asking if I had written proof he told me that. Apparently this freaker left that out of our meeting notes. My fault, I guess, for not ensuring that it was noted in our meeting minutes. We also went into a discussion about my team cohesion, which had never been an issue prior. It was pretty clear he was fishing for issues that weren't there. I was heated up for a shouting match, but I kept my cool. The next morning, he emailed me a transcript of our phone meeting. Except, he reworded everything I said and changed his questions to create a conversation that never happened to shift the narrative in his favor. I forwarded that email to my personal email address and wrote a polite email correcting him on everything we spoke about, including my responses and his questions he left out word for word. I also forwarded that to my personal email address in case HR ever needed to get involved. Any respect to him now completely lost, and his management quickly went from mediocre to pure crap. Now back to the surveys. Since these are anonymous and directly affect his job performance, I started answering honestly about his lack of leadership, dishonesty, etc. This went on for about 3 to 4 months before I left. Good luck with a whole quarter of bad survey responses about your management abilities. This was a very small team. My responses made up about 35% of his surveys for our team. I know there were others who were unhappy and answered honestly on those surveys as well. Rest in peace, your next performance review. And I won't be there for you to take your anger out on either. Let's be real, nobody likes to do a survey. That said, this story highlights a very important thing you have to do when you work in any environment. Always get everything you can in writing. Always keep a paper trail and make sure what was said is on that paper trail, because you never know when that can really save your butt, like it could have in OP's case here. Our next story is by Dr. Medbay Witch. Told me to hide period products in order to not offend male coworkers. Consider it done. Background: I work in a fast-paced healthcare environment where every minute counts and I have both male and female coworkers on my shift. We have lockers with opaque doors where we're allowed to store our things. When I'm in the office area, I leave mine unlocked for easy access, and I've started keeping a box of tampons in my locker. I've told my female coworkers if they're in a hurry and need a tampon, they're welcome to just open my locker when it's unlocked and I'm in the office, and take one, no problem. I got called into my boss's office the other day because a male coworker of mine complained that me keeping tampons in my locker was disgusting, and he hated that he could see the box whenever my locker was opened. My boss, a male, told me that some men were really sensitive to this type of thing, and that I should try hiding them in a different type of box so I wouldn't offend my coworkers. I asked what the point was because my coworkers would see someone reaching into a crackers/Pop-Tarts etc. box and taking out a tampon instead of food anyway. My boss got all huffy and told me that it was for the best and I needed to do it. Well, fine. I made a cover for my tampon box that said, Mother Earth's Bloody Nutrients Bars, with extra gooey, nutritious filling, with a photo of a bloody bathtub and placed it on the box. That was 2 days ago, and I saw the male coworker open my locker, trying to be sneaky, and he paled when he read the box, got all angry, and I received an email from my boss that my cover wasn't funny and that I need to take it down. So I emailed our HR person a copy of the email as well as a summary of what happened and photos of the lockers, the box, and the cover. I also suggested that the male coworker sit somewhere where he didn't have a direct line of sight to my locker if it really offended him so much. She thought it was freaking hilarious and said I followed my supervisor's instructions, and so I was fine. Nothing else has been done yet, and I'm mostly angry that my time was spent on something as stupid as this and not on patient work. So not only are these guys getting up in arms over a completely normal body function and supplies for that body function, but they're going around sneaking into your locker, opening it up to see if they can find something to complain about? Or just to spy on whatever you have in your locker? It's periods. It's a human bodily function. You use tampons to help with them. Grow up. And our final story of the day is by Rocky3E33. Here is your 0.00% idle time. I worked for a company that provides a utility truck, and one of the analytics they monitor is how long the truck stays in place with the motor on. The target number was something like 3%. I consistently was stuck in traffic due to my area being changed to the downtown area of my city, and naturally, raising my idle percent. My supervisor began constantly badgering me over the raise of my idle percent, about 10 to 12% higher now. After they decided to give me a written verbal warning, I became the most efficient truck, no idler, in our branch, and I brought it down to a 0.00% by shutting off the truck at every stop sign, red light, highway stopped in traffic, in drive-thrus, and instantly off when I got to where I was going. Now remember, this is a utility truck that is charging my 2 phones, laptop, tablet, and my various equipment's rechargeable batteries. All this juice sucking and no alternator spinning, putting the power back into the truck battery, causing it to die. A lot. Now the rules, the company had made it forbidden for me to jump the truck myself, so I had to call the company and they sent out a tow truck to jumpstart it for me. I could do it myself anyway and probably would have, but they are writing people up out here for petty crap. And every time I call this tow truck, it takes a minimum of 2 hours for it to show up. I began doing this multiple times a day, every day, until they figured my truck was broken. It goes to the shop, checks out, they give it back, I kill it again. They end up giving me an entirely new truck. I start killing it. I repeated this process until they gave me the 3rd truck, and the manager calls me to ask what my daily routine is. I go through the basics and add in the whole stop at red light, engine off, stop in traffic, engine off, etc., and dude goes, "Why the freak are you doing this?" My supervisor wrote me up for my idle time being too high. "This is completely ridiculous." He tossed my write-up, and I'm guessing talked to the supervisor because I never heard a word about idle time again, and I quit caring about it. There's my dumb, petty story. Thanks for reading. Well, as long as you get paid while you're sitting there waiting for the tow truck to come by, and you were able to charge your phone and laptop up enough where it would survive that 2-hour wait, doesn't sound all that bad as long as the weather was alright. I mean, if they're going to get on you about idle time while you're in the city going bumper to bumper traffic, I think they're very misguided, and I think OP's absolutely in the right to try to do whatever they could to save their butt and their job. Bill you more? Alrighty then. While I was writing up my last post here, I remembered a really fun moment of malicious compliance from a number of years ago. There's this website called sslabs.com where people can check the security of their website. It checks things like version of SSL/TLS being used, certificate validity, etc. The details are boring and not necessary for this post. I was working as a site security consultant for a large public firm, and one of the senior people got it into his head that nothing less than an A+ rating for their site would do from the test above. Some security details are important, some are trivial, and some are more political than anything else. Before the current version of secure traffic, TLS 1.2 or 1.3 if you're an early adopter, was common, many sites ran version 1.1. SSLabs.com decided at some point that the highest rating a 1.1 version site could get would be a B+, or maybe an A-, I don't really recall. Well, a B+ was not acceptable to Mr. Executive, so I was told, "Hey OP, you really need to get IT to get an A+ on that score. Our customers might see the B+. Now, it's ridiculous on the face of it that random customers would even know about that test or place any faith in it or whatever. Not my job to disagree as a consultant, so I agreed. I talked to the security guys in IT, and they said that trying to get their servers to speak the new version would break the client software running in the field, which was limited to 1.1. So I wrote a long freaking email explaining all the nuance to Mr. Executive. And I charged them for the hours that I spent running the stupid tests, writing the stupid change plan, etc. A fair amount of money in billing. He decides that he's gonna use his authority through me to get this change made. He tells me that he's counting on me to intermediate this process. I tell him in polite consultant terms that it will be dumb to do that, he can just talk to IT. He tells me that IT never sees the big picture, just go ahead and bill him for this. So I spend billable time rewriting all his half-butt notes and forward them to IT. IT responds back with their same response and a timeline of 18 months to get the software rewritten. I spend time rewriting this into nonsense that this particular executive can understand and send it off along with a bill. This literally goes on for 6 months. He sends me notes, I rephrase and send to IT. IT responds and I rewrite and forward. This was not the main work I was doing for them, but it delighted me because I could count on at least 5 to 10 hours a week of back and forth between this idiot and his own IT team. No matter how often I mentioned that a couple of meetings could clear all this up, he insisted that I bill him. So I did. If this was you and you saw this going on and on and on and knew that you could keep billing them and it would be consistent, easy money, would you just kind of be silent about the whole meeting thing and just let it keep perpetuating and kind of raking in the cash out of this executive? Or is morally that just too wrong of a thing to do? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Professor Clever Trousers. You want copies? You get copies. I like computers. I learned Java and how to set up computers, but I'm largely self-taught with no professional computing qualifications, and while I don't work with them professionally, I like to muck about with computers in my spare time. Many years ago, I worked for a small business that employed around 40 or 50 people. One day, one of the managers reported that her computer had locked up completely and stopped working. The boss gets a technician to take a look, who tells him the problem is beyond his ability to solve. He calls an expert, about comes in, checks it over, and says it'll make a good doorstop but nothing else. The boss isn't happy because nothing on this computer has been backed up and there are some really useful vital files on it. I hear all about it and suggest that maybe I could have a look. The boss tells me the expert declared it dead, so knock yourself out, and expects nothing will come of it. I took it home, pulled out the hard drive, slaved it to my computer, ran some recovery software, and hey presto, started pulling out files. Yay me! I contacted the boss after I'd run it, telling him I'd successfully recovered some 97% of the lost files, including some videos. I asked him if he wanted just one main copy and a backup, and he says he wants extra copies for other managers, so that the data is backed up on more computers, and he'll pay for the cost and for my time in making the copies. I tell him that the videos probably should not be distributed, but before I can explain, he says, "I don't care why, I want them distributed." Cue malicious compliance. Okay, you're the boss. Multiple copies are made, multiple copies are distributed. I handed him his copy in person. I then told him that I thought the videos were not appropriate for distribution and wanted to talk to him about them. "Okay," he said, "what's the problem?" I had to explain that these videos were added prior to the date that the current manager, whose computer they were on, started working for the company, so logically they were not her fault, but the fault of her predecessor. The boss said that it sounded serious and wanted to know what the videos contained. I asked to talk to him more privately, and having done so, told him that it was gay adult entertainment, about 10 or 12 videos, copies of which I had made on his instructions, copies of which had been distributed on his instructions. He got the copies recalled in record time and asked me to redo them without any video content. He paid me again for doing so. The icing on the cake was the discovery that, apparently, it was originally his computer. No wonder it got recalled in record time, considering that revelation at the very end there. Yikes. I think in the future, even if the boss is a little aggressive in saying that they want everything, there are some things you can just leave out. Our next story is by Victoria Is Me Vix. I can only wear black? Okay. This was 2018. I had been accepted to uni to study fashion makeup. Uni meant no uniforms, except for our class. Because we were classed as a beauty therapy class, we were told to look professional. We had to wear black and preferably not jeans. I objected strongly because I didn't want to just have to wear what felt like a uniform. And to be honest, I got away with wearing bright red tartan clothes purely because my lecturer liked them. But the rule did still get brought up a lot, so I decided to comply. For the rest of the year, I only wore black. I wore a ball gown, I went full bondage goth, I had fishnets and swing dresses, vintage steampunk. It was always in keeping with the no jeans and black rule, so I never got told off for it. All I'm gonna say is it takes some serious confidence to show up to your uni class in full bondage goth attire. My hat's off to them. Or mask, or anyways. This next story is by Lethal Teapot. I'm sorry, you have to ask reception to connect you to a long-distance call. Okay. Back in the 90s, I was a junior reporter on a northern UK provincial paper. Newspaper companies were and still are legendary cheapskates and will find the most unbelievable ways to try and save even small amounts of money. Bearing in mind, this is long before the days of email. We relied on our phones to speak to anyone we needed to contact. These were mostly local calls, but there were quite a lot of agencies we might need to ask for responses to our stories that would be out of our area. For reasons lost to the mists of time, I needed to ring a press office that was somewhere down south. Let's say Bristol, for argument's sake. I tried to make the call. I got a dead tone. I tried again. The same. I borrowed a colleague's phone, just in case mine wasn't working. I still couldn't get through. So I rang our receptionist Jane, a terribly refined Scot, but with the soul of a rebel. She loved the editorial department. Our news editor used to sneak her a glass of wine from whatever boozer he was in when she rang around trying to find him when the editor was on the rampage looking for him. I say, Jane, I'm trying to ring X press office and I can't get through. Is there something up with the phones? Jane asks, where is that office? I say, Bristol, why? She says, that explains it. You can't ring long distance. I say, sorry, what? I can't ring long distance? Why not? Jane says, didn't anyone tell your department? The MD decided it and the phones have been limited from today to save money on the phone bill. You have to ring through to reception to ask for a long distance number and I have to dial it for you. I say, really? That sounds like a really stupid idea. Jane says, I know, but it's out of my hands. I turned to our news editor and told him. He laughed and then realized I wasn't joking. There ensued a short period of the reporters ringing numbers for places at varying distances from our office. Where we worked out, there was about a 10-mile radius before we had to ask reception to be connected. Our news editor wasn't having this. Cue the malicious compliance. He rang Jane and profusely apologized for what we were about to do to her, and then commanded us to ask to be put through any number anywhere in the country for the rest of the morning. We spent the next 2 hours completely swamping our poor solo receptionist with requests to be put through to long-distance numbers. I made the call to the press office that I needed to make in the first place, but I also had a lovely chat with my aunt in Manchester and my sister in Scotland. There were about 20 of us in total, non-stop asking for long-distance calls to be put through, meaning Jane could barely answer another call or deal with visitors until we broke for lunch. Needless to say, we came in the next day to find our right to make long-distance calls was reinstated. I'm definitely all for what the editorial crew did here. When upper management tries to make some kind of cost-saving procedure that just totally undercuts how efficient you can do your job, that's incredibly frustrating for anybody, and I'm glad to see that they got their rights reinstated. This next story is by After Call Work. Management wants us to do it their way? Fine. A while ago, I used to work in an outbound call center. We were hired by a fairly large cell phone company to do business acquisition for them. My job was to call consumer customers that had a business to try and get them on our business plan. Because the call center was performing quite well, we eventually got handed a new project. I had done quite well previously, so I was one of the agents that was assigned to this new project. We would call customers 4 months before their contract expired to make them an offer on renewing their contract with us. This is very important because you were allowed to renew your current contract 4 months before your contract expired, but your contract was not yet free. During our training, we got an explanation as to how we were put in the orders. We had to make a new customer account and make the order in there. This was strange because there was literally a renew button in the existing customer contract, and the contracts were not yet free. We tried to point it out during the training, but management insisted this is how we were to do things. Very well. Fast forward like a month. The project was doing quite well and we had a lot of orders, probably a couple per hour. A while later, our management got some messages from higher-ups. They were freaking livid with us because every single order we had placed had been put in the system incorrectly and thus not been processed. It turns out you have to use the renew button when you renew a contract. Who would have thought? We had to call back every freaking customer we had sold a new contract to tell them, hey, yeah, your contract wasn't renewed properly. You still want to be with us? I quit shortly after that, and I heard from some colleagues the call center was let go from the company very quickly as well. Forget negligent management. It definitely doesn't sound like an end goal job necessarily, and hopefully in the end you still got your commissions out of that or however you do get paid, because having that happen at the very end is a pretty yikes situation. And our final story of the day is by a Naughty Mouseketeer 90, 90s throwback from my mom. So this is my mom's story that she literally just told me. When I was about 5, I got chickenpox. No big deal for me. I barely noticed and just had a fun week home from school playing Power Rangers. My mom, however, realized that at age 33 she had never had the chickenpox, and she was pretty sure I had now given it to her. She was right. She found what I think is referred to as the leading spot. So she called her manager at work, she worked at Tesco, a big supermarket chain in the UK, and told her that although she felt fine, she was pretty sure she had the pox. Her manager, let's call her Karen for reasons that will become obvious, says tersely, "If you feel fine, come in for work then." So in my mom goes. She spends hours sitting at the checkout, scanning items and handling money, until a supervisor from the bakery department happens to wander by and physically recoils as he sees that my mom now has visible spots manifesting on her arms and neck. The supervisor says, "You have chicken pox?" Mom says, "Yep." Supervisor says, "Why the heck are you here?" Mom says I told Karen, but she told me to come in anyway. Supervisor went straight to Karen and demanded she let my mother go home. Obviously pissed at being tattled on and having her stupid actions be made apparent to other coworkers, Karen tried to take it out on my mom in some small way by demanding she get a doctor's note. So my mom went straight from work to the doctor, who told her, confused, that she could have just stayed home for a week, maybe even only a few days. She didn't need to see a doctor for chicken pox. Well, when my mom told him her manager had demanded a doctor's note, he said fine and signed her off work for 2 weeks, right before Christmas. To be fair, if I was that doctor and someone came in and said, I have to get a note to be able to stay home from my work because my manager wants me to come in that bad and disregard other people, I would be pretty darn upset too, and I would have no qualm making sure that they got to stay off plenty of time to recuperate away from work. You want to lose $100? Alright, sign here. I work in accounting and my assistant is out on this particular day, so I'm working on invoicing. While doing invoicing, I come across a work order that has a higher expense amount than invoice amount. Realizing we will be losing $100 on the job instead of at least breaking even, I decide to question the project manager, Chad, about it. Hey, I noticed this job has an anomaly. Can you explain it to me? What are you talking about? See the expenses? They reach a higher total than the amount you want to bill for. I want to see if that was a mistake or… No, it's right. If that's right, we're going to lose money on this job. You won't get commission and… I'm telling you, it's right. Chad then rips the papers from my hand. See, we charge a 20% markup right here. He points to the wrong spot and has the audacity to look smug. See, it's fine. I calmly take the papers back and show him to two amounts side by side. I see that, but you didn't account for that over here for the billing amount. The total billing amount is less than that. Look, it's right and I don't have time to explain it to you. Just do it and stop bothering me. No problem. Can you just initial here so when our boss asks me why this job is invoiced so low, I can… Sure, fine, whatever. Signs his name next to the billing amount. Now get out of my space. I go back to my office and invoice the too low amount. I sent it off, fully knowing this was going to backfire, and kept all backups and copies handy for when it did. Next Monday, I have the boss in my office. The invoice in question is in his hand. The boss says, "Hey, you did this invoice wrong." Shows me the invoice. Actually, if you look at the backup, Chad told me that was the invoice amount. I show him where Chad signed off. "I'll be right back." He left my office. Roughly an hour later, I get called into the boss's office. Chad is there looking uncomfortable, and my boss is on the phone. He waved me inside and I sat down. "All right, we're all here. Now OP, please explain this to me." I noticed that the expenses on this invoice were higher than the billing amount. Chad told me that the numbers were fine and to just do the invoice. "Hear that, Tex?" Tex is the subcontractor we used on this job. Tex says, "Yep, so what are we gonna do?" "Only thing to do is fire them. They're either incompetent or cheating us. Either way, it's bad for business." I am now very concerned for my job, but I sit silently. I know I don't have the whole story yet. Tex says, "I reckon you're right. Good luck, and don't worry about the park job. I got an opening up tomorrow I can squeeze in." "Thanks, Tex." He hangs up the phone and turns to Chad. Chad has gone from nervous to mad. "It's not my fault she can't do her job." "You signed your name right next to the wrong amount. Now you're either working with someone in accounting over in Texas company to steal from me, or you're too stupid to work here. Which is it?" Chad stands, as does my boss. I stood as well, not liking being the only person sitting. Chad says nothing. "You're fired. Get your computer and leave." Boss turns to me. "Go ahead and fill out the paperwork for his leave. Make sure to add that he attempted to embezzle money." I nod and leave. Chad stays there. As soon as I leave, the office explodes in screaming. I stayed in my office doing the paperwork my boss asked me to fill out. I saw Chad leave later with his stuff thrown haphazardly into his bag. That was the last time I saw Chad. A friend of him saw him working at a cash register at a buffet place about a month later. Turns out, both my boss and Tex had agreed to lower their markups for the job, so the invoice number was still too high, not too low. But I didn't know that until after the fact when my boss had me redo the paperwork for the entire job. Someone from accounting in Texas company had altered the invoice sent to Chad, and they were planning on splitting the difference after we paid the altered bill. So let me ask you guys, do you think this boss handled it as well as they could, or do you think they should have been a little bit more graceful with their actions or their sayings? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by T Tungsten N, Paint Line Problem. A couple years ago, I worked on a paint line for an auto parts manufacturer. We made engine cradles for several different big brands, as well as we were commissioned to paint some door panels, etc. for some other big brands. My boss, let's call her Karen, was exactly that, a Karen. Her main job was making up paint specs, details for how parts were to be hung in the line. One day, she saw me setting up the hooks for some commission parts that were to be hung at the load area in a few minutes. She ran over and started telling me I was hanging the hooks wrong. I knew I was hanging them correctly. She should have known too, considering she made the specs. She insisted I was wrong. So I did what any good worker would do. I followed her orders. About an hour later, one of the commission parts got tangled up in a cleaning tank and crashed the whole line. The funny thing about how this paint line worked was that the oven, to bake on the paint, didn't turn off in the event of a crash. An hour later, the line came back up. We scrapped roughly 50 engine cradles that were burnt crispy. Must have costed the company at least $40,000. Unfortunately, her being a Karen and being the boss, the blame fell on the load team. Nobody was fired, so I still call it a win. I don't think it would be very practical, but if there was some way to get that in written word, that the Karen boss thought you were hanging it up the wrong way and that's what caused it, that would have helped you so immensely. But again, it's not realistic for the Karen to come up and say, "You're hanging it wrong, fix it," and then for you to be like, can you send me an email that you told me to do that, or, anything of that sort. Our next story is by Garmstrong318. You can't send that DMU to the airport. So this is my father's story. I have more if you like this one. So my father worked for British Railways from 59 to 98. In the 1990s, the UK railways were privatized, and while my dad worked in control, he became part of Railtrack, he had to work with the franchise holders. In spring 93, they started a new service from Clearthorpes to Manchester Airport and brought in a new untested unit type to do the run. The initial service levels were bad due to untested units being diesel multiple class 158s, running a very demanding and tight timetable. One evening, my father is on duty and gets the call that a 158 has failed at Doncaster. My father looks to see what stock is available, and lo and behold, an elderly decrepit class 141 is in the yard. My dad instructed the driver to use it, and once the service was done, leave it in Manchester Longside Depot. The train runs and it actually keeps the schedule, and all passengers make their flights. Next day, my dad is given a bollocking for using the 141 and told to never use anything other than a class 158 for that service again. He dutifully asked if the franchisee, Northern Spirit, to put that in a memo to the controllers so they had a record of it, which they dutifully did. That very night, the service at 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and 10 p.m. all failed, one at Clearthorpes, one at Doncaster, and the last at Sheffield. My father simply had the service cancelled as no units were free and no drivers to go get the ones at the depots in York and Leeds. Next morning, Dad is given a bollocking again, and he calmly states they had no free Class 158s available at the time, despite other units literally being sat on the next platform. So he had to cancel the service. My dad's immediate boss just laughed, shook his head, and walked away saying to Northern Spirit, "You get what you ask for and don't like it." So over the next 3 months, whenever the Clearthorpes Manchester Airport service failed, it was cancelled as no other units could be used. This cost Northern Spirit around £500,000 in fines and compensation, as airport trans are a priority and cancelling them means the railway company has to pay the passengers' costs with no arguments. After around another 3 months, they relented and said they can use other units, but as they weren't wanted, were all now scrapped, forcing them to acquire new stock at much higher pricing. Moral of the story: be careful what you order. I think more specifically than just be careful what you order, analyze what the problem was and what resolved the error, and if it could occur again in the future. Some executive or manager out there cost Northern Spirit a lot of money. Our next story is by I'm Not an Expert on the IKEA Logistics. Here's a simple and true one for you. I worked at the logistics of an IKEA warehouse a few years back. There were rules for everything. How to unpack the pallet, how to stack the cardboard and plastic waste, how many inches the pallet should be from this and that, and so on. Despite the process constantly changing and growing more complex, we were still expected to unpack one pallet every 3 minutes. This was nearly impossible. All the while, the managers constantly reminded us that you should never stress. If you stress, something is wrong. Ask for help. You'll get help. I became one of their best, but I realized after a while how much I hated working there. I got up at 4 a.m. and work began at 5:03 a.m. because it took 3 minutes to walk from the changing rooms. So what do? I start doing exactly what they say. I follow every single rule. Whenever there's a damaged box, it takes priority, and I properly register it. It took a few minutes in itself and was extremely common. They always said we should register every single one, but were clearly expecting us to ignore the ones we could get away with. Not anymore. What's that? I'm starting to feel stressed and will clearly need to ramp up the pace to make it before opening? That's right, I need help. Am I sure I won't be able to make it? Yes. Really sure? Yeah. What's that? If we can't finish in time, we have to bring the pallets back to the dock? But you actually want me to hurry and finish it? Nah, have a few pallets back. Too bad I didn't get any help. What's that? I gotta hurry up to finish delivering the packages to the waiting customers? No stress, bro. Remember, I have to follow all of these rules to load the package onto the cart. I have to make sure not to damage it and do it ergonomically too for the sake of my back. Safety first, you know? Have I got a few minutes to do that one pallet that's left? Nah, I won't make it before my shift is over. Time is money after all, remember? Bye. It felt good. Obviously, they hated me after a while, and I quit within that year after another incident. But that's another story. The process was, scan the pallet, register the scan, cut the plastic along a protected edge as to not injure the boxes, unpack the plastic, sort the plastic in the plastic bin, remove the protected edges, remove any additional cardboard, stack the cardboard correctly, transport the pallet to its spot, make sure it's the correct spot, double check, place the pallet on the line, place the pallet 2 inches from the other pallet, scan the spot. Surrounding this were many other rules. For example, how close forklifts can be to each other, remembering to remove your garbage periodically, and so on, all which made the process longer. Honestly, to me, it sounds like these warehouse places are just not the kind of place you want to work at unless you're practicing for a marathon or a triathlon or American Ninja Warrior or something like. These IKEA and Amazon warehouse type scenarios where you're expected to do so much in such little impossible amount of time, it's just so ludicrous to even think about. My hat's off to the people that continue to work there and not only continue to work there, but succeed in those environments. I would never be able to make it there. I'd be dead after the first day. Basically, to sum it up, I would do exactly what OP did, and it would definitely end with me either being fired or leaving of my own accord, because no thank you. I'd rather browse IKEA. I get enough exercise just walking through IKEA rather than wanting to work for IKEA. And our final story of the day is by Derek Bagels. Wait, this isn't Star Wars? For my work Halloween event, they drew themes from a hat for me, and they gave me Star Wars. I can't find a costume that isn't expensive or lame and asked if I could switch. Admin told me I'd have to pay $5 to switch. I ordered a Star Trek red shirt from Amazon and plan on returning it the day after. Free returns. If someone points it out, I'm going to act ignorant and say, wait, what? This isn't Star Wars? Are you sure? Edit, you're all making me feel bad about returning the shirt, so I will keep it and sell it next Halloween. Keep up the good work, guys. This is how we make a real difference. I guess a number of people in the comments made a little bit of a fuss about them trying to kind of abuse the Amazon return service to return a shirt that they didn't have an actual problem with or whatever the specific qualifications are. But I'm kind of imagining this kind of malicious compliance is kind of fun just on a troll level if you enjoy being that troll type of person. You go walking around and you go, "Hey, who are you?" And you go, "Oh yeah, I'm that one guy from Star Wars." And of course, you're going to find that one person that loves Star Wars and maybe doesn't like Star Trek nearly as much, and they're going to be very upset with the circumstance. Also, am I just kind of lame? But like, I always feel like these kinds of scenarios where you have to dress up to go to work is kind of cringy, especially considering you have to draw from a hat and they decide for you. You can't just dress up as something and go into work. Let me know what you think about that in the comments down below, because if I was forced to dress up as something, whatever it is, to go to work, I don't know if I'd want to. I'd maybe all of a sudden get sick. Nope, still didn't scan. Texas has the strange idea that providing you a driver's license the day you go to the DMV is risky. As such, they give you a piece of paper printed out in black and white and mail you the actual license at a later date. This is a bit strange as it creates a period where people carry a valid legal document that looks like a 5th grader pasted a headshot in MS Paint. This created an awkward dynamic when I worked at a gas station. What do people go to gas stations for? After gas, the most common things are lottery, beer, and smokes. All of these are age restricted and have rather intense laws surrounding unlawful sales. To help avoid the nasty fines, etc. associated with these, my gas station has a pair of rules. 1. For anyone you're not 100% sure is over 30, ask if they're over 30 and card them if you're not convinced they're older than 30 after said answer. Yes, the question was stupid, but whatever. 2. Scan all IDs to ensure they're legitimate documents and not fakes. At their face, they sound reasonable, though the second caused an odd situation where fancier states had 3D barcodes instead of magnetic strips, meaning I couldn't sell. And this story is obviously heading towards the paper the DMV gives people. Here's one such story. It's a small rush, 3 to 4 people in line, and a younger guy comes in to buy beer. I'm honestly not sure if he's 21, so he's clearly not 30. I ask the nonsensical question, because really I can be fired if I just card him without asking the question. He tells me he's not older than 30. I ask for his ID and he fumbles to pull out the dreaded paper ID. Now, the combination of Texas and my employer have put everyone into a frustrating situation. In addition to Texas using these silly paper IDs, state law also requires you to get an acceptable ID before making any sale once you've asked for ID. In other words, you can't ask for ID and then determine you believe they're old enough. If you doubted enough to ask, you're liable for any sale. I see the ID and immediately feel bad. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to take that ID. I recommend trying the gas station down the street that has different ownership and potentially more consumer-friendly rules. He provided the common response to ask why can't I take it. I explained to him the corporate policy requires I scan the magnetic strip of all IDs to verify their authenticity, and they've explicitly decided against waiving that for paper IDs. He instantly gets furious and tells me to scan the ID. This one caught me off a bit, and I asked him, "Are you serious?" To which he told me, "Yes, now scan my darn ID." Befuddled, I take the folded up piece of paper and slide it through the magnetic strip reader. "Sorry, sir, it didn't scan." This started a chain of events where each thing seemed more unrealistic. His response was, "You didn't even try." I asked if he'd like me to try harder to scan the ID, and he said he did. I looked at him confused and tried several different ways to slide this folded up piece of paper, unfolded piece of paper, slowly slide, quickly slide, used multiple scanners, etc. to get it to scan. Nope, still didn't scan. I hand it back to him and he's over the top at this point. It's also worth noting the line behind him is now about 10 people strong, including a few regulars watching in amazement as I'm remaining calm. He starts cussing me out and demands a contact for my manager. I pull out our paperwork and provide him a number for our corporate office. "No, stupid, I want your manager, not your corporate office." "Okay, I gave you my manager's manager." I gladly handed him the store's number, which would come to me, and shared the hours my manager typically worked so he'd be free to try to call. After he left, I made a point to apologize to each person in line for the extra wait, while each also expressed surprise I hadn't snapped at the dude. Needless to say, he never made a call to my manager, though I don't know if he ever found his beer. If this was you, would you have entertained them for so long for something that's so clearly just brainless, mindless, ignorant requesting of you? There's no way a piece of paper is going to scan in a magnetic ID scanner. Let me know at what point you would have shut them down in the comments down below. Our next story is by Cole Carmit. Teach you something you don't know? Sure. Going through school, I got involved with a volunteer first aid brigade through a friend who I will call Jim. As a result, I became one of the youngest medical first responders in the country due to how much work I put in. I was trained to use the AED, shown how IVs worked, not use them, hook up people to oxygen tanks, and other stuff that you wouldn't be taught in a regular first aid course. I was age 14 and helped quite a few people as a result of my training and volunteer work. Can't say that I officially saved any lives though, but I digress. Shortly after getting out of high school, I got a job as a first aid instructor for a short while. Though admittedly my age, I believe 17 to 18 at the time, didn't really inspire much confidence in my trainees, as most were much older than me. In many cases, I was assigned to renew people's certificates rather than actually teaching. In other cases, my class didn't really take me seriously due to my age. I didn't really mind this as I was passionate about it at the time, having the knowledge that what I am teaching could possibly save people's lives. In this particular class, my clients were a class of high school students who needed their basic first aid for their classes. I don't recall what for exactly. This is a 5 to 6 hour course that ends with multiple choice test. Easy money. This was at the high school I went to, and surprise of surprises, this was a teacher I didn't particularly enjoy having. Not as bad as Mrs. Grump from my last story, we still got along for the most part, but her way of teaching was awkward. It's a little difficult to describe without being in her class personally. She always acted as though the students knew all the answers but were too shy to speak. Even if a student said they didn't know, she would say things like, "It's okay to answer, nobody's judging," and stuff like that. As I was not much older than the students, they weren't listening to me. There was one group of students that kept shouting, "Tell us something we don't know." I know, the basic first aid course, at least at this time, was repeating the same thing over and over again until you're brainwashed to repeat it, but show some respect. Teacher, of course, no help. During the break, the teacher took me aside and told me to teach the students something they didn't know. A lot of the basic first aid is common knowledge and common sense. You're holding back, you know a lot more than what you're teaching. Show the students you know more than them. Okay, sure. I talked to the principal of the school, who I was in good terms with, about what the teacher said and the students. And with his and the master instructor's permission, I added in a little-known module in the handbook to the lesson. When the students come back in, I start to talk. Some of you expressed that you want me to teach you something you don't know. Normally, at this point, I would show you a video about asthma, but as I'm sure everyone knows about it, I have gotten special permission to change the lesson. Everyone, please turn to Module 28 in the textbook. The students complied and a few gasps and chuckles echoed through the room. The teacher doubled over laughing, losing her own composure as well. So admittedly, I will be teaching this directly from the instructor's handbook, as I have never taught this module personally. We are going to be starting with a video. The class then proceeded to watch a 7-minute video on how to perform emergency childbirth. The video, fortunately, wasn't graphic, but certainly informative. Afterwards, I called the students that had been going, "Teach us something we don't know," to come to the front and demonstrate the proper technique, using one of the CPR dummies as mother and a head as the baby. Finally, we discussed how to take care of the placenta and how to administer ongoing care. After the module, the students were extremely attentive to say the least. Now that I have taught you something you don't know, how about we get through the rest of the lesson without any more interruptions? The class complied and no one interrupted me the rest of the session. Despite the malicious compliance, I didn't get in any trouble for it and continued to teach the classes for the school first aid until I let my instructor's certification expire. The next time I went in, the teacher warned the students that I would teach them something they didn't want to know if they interrupted me. And that, dear reader, is the time I taught a class of high schoolers how to perform emergency childbirth. I doubt I would ever get away with doing something like this now, but I will always remember this moment. I think one of the best things in this story is the fact that they went to the proper administration and got approval for this malicious compliance. So no matter what, they weren't ever going to really be in direct trouble for it, and they were able to pull it off and get the students to respect them a little bit more. Our next story is by Communist Creeper 8. Put my hair up? Okay. Story time, yay! So my uncle, whom is my guardian, is very strict on what he expects. I am a female, so he decides that I must conform to the little girl stereotype. I'm 13. The fact that I am incredibly tomboyish helps this happen. Entitled uncle says, "Go put your hair up, you're a little girl and you need to look the part." I say, "But why? I'm perfectly okay with my hair down." "Well, I'm not. Go put it up. You're a little girl, you need to look pretty." So I did exactly what he asked. I found the most boy-like hat I had, I put it on over my oversized sweater, my combat boots, and a bandana. I pulled my hair through the opening in the back where you adjust it, and walked out to face him. I will never forget the horrified look on his face when I walked out looking more like a guy than before. He didn't say anything, but kept giving me side glares like he was on the verge of wringing my neck. All I could say is, I put my hair up. Yeah, I kind of hate most of everything coming from the entitled uncle in this story. I just really hate that they're trying to dictate what you can and can't look like. Nobody needs that. This next story is by Superfle. Oh, I'll clean the oven. Many years ago, a day after I finished moving out of my first apartment, my landlord called me up to say that I would not be getting my security deposit back because I had not cleaned the oven. I didn't want to lose that $100, so I asked if I could come back and clean it. They said it had to be cleaned by X date, so I agreed that it would happen. On X day, I show up ready to clean the oven, only to open the door and see that they had, just that day, revarnished the parquet flooring in the apartment. I called the landlord and explained my predicament, and they insisted that if the oven wasn't clean, I lost the deposit. Cue malicious compliance. I tied my shoes on tight and slowly walked across the sticky varnish, leaving footprints with every step. It took me 30 minutes to clean the oven, and the varnish fumes burned my eyes and lungs, but I got that oven sparkling. The next day, I got a call from the superintendent of the building yelling at me that I ruined the floor and that the new tenants were supposed to move in that day. He yelled that it would cost $400 to fix and that they had to delay the tenant move-in on order for it to dry. I calmly relayed the fact that I had asked the landlord about it and was told that unless that oven was clean, I lost my cash. He apologized and said he was going to have some choice words for my landlord. Luckily, I had already dropped off my keys and got my deposit back. I mean, OP did try to warn the landlord. If the landlord just wanted to work with OP, then it wouldn't have been a problem. But now the landlord's probably going to spend $400 to fix that. And our final story of the day is by MLMCMLM, Everything on the Side. This happened about a year and a half ago at the restaurant I work at. I'm a line cook, and at the time, there was a server we'll call Kevin who was cross-trained and sometimes worked back of house. So in other words, he knows how annoying some special orders can be for the cooks. We also happened to be besties and would constantly instigate the other to go one step farther. So at this point in time, we were understaffed and happy hour was actually unhappy hour for me. My shift didn't start till 3, but I'd come in at 2 to use the hour as time to set up my station since we weren't given prep time. At least that was the theory. What actually ended up happening was the morning crew would see me, assume their shift is done, and bail so I'd be stuck running the whole line alone the first hour of happy hour. It sucked. Now this particular request wasn't the worst I've had, simply the cheeseburger, everything on the side. Kevin informed me it was a picky 15-year-old and her mom. For once, I wasn't getting slammed in the butt by orders, and while a minor request, splitting up ingredients on an item always irks me because many times the items complement each other and might not taste quite right individually, causing the entire dish to suffer a subpar review. Yes, maybe my head was up my butt a little, but Kevin gave me all the encouragement I needed when I repeated the order, emphasizing on the everything on the side, which he emphasized back with a laugh and wink. When this chick's burger was done, everything had its own ramekin or small plate to the point where half their table was topping plates. I'm talking lettuce, tomato, pickle, meat, melted cheddar cheese, bun, caramelized onions, and fries all had their own plate territory. As each plate came out, the mom laughed and laughed at the daughter, knowing exactly what was going on and loving it. Kid had a sour expression after realizing she'd have to play Build-A-Burger, but hey, careful what you ask for, right? Hey, you can't say that they didn't do a special order just for you. They took care of you. They got you a plate for every single thing you wanted on the side. That's pretty good service. Might be annoying, but you can't say they didn't take care of you. Don't tell me what color to wear. As I was growing up, my fingernails got the worst end of chewing multiple times daily. They and my cuticles were ragged. My mom had tried many times to break me out of the habit, but it wasn't until I was 14 that I really put my mind to it and tried to stop. It was hit, or should I say bit, or miss for several months. When I had the chewing under control, my mom was really invested into helping me maintain my sobriety. We went shopping and she let me pick out the colors of several bottles of nail polish. This was in the 70s, yeah, I know, way back in the dinosaur era. Vibrant colors had just become popular and I chose pastel shades of blue, green, and yellow. My mom spent a couple of hours on a Sunday giving me a manicure and used the green shade of polish. They were so beautiful and I vowed never to chew my nails again. At this point in time, I was a sophomore in high school. I didn't have many friends and I usually walked the campus alone. A couple of days after my nails had been painted green, I was stopped as I was walking to class by one of the mean girls and her posse. She, mean girl, a senior, said, "I heard you wearing green nail polish. Let me see your hands." I timidly held them out, because the rumors about this girl weren't exactly glowing. She looked at my nails and said, "Where did you get the polish and what made you think you could wear it to school?" I told her my mother had bought it for me and there weren't any school rules saying I couldn't. "Well, I didn't say you could and you'd better not wear it again." I was genuinely scared because of her reputation. Who was she to tell me what to do? But I wasn't looking forward to her beating me up either. That night, I said goodnight to my parents, went to my room, and sadly, reluctantly removed the polish. The next day, about halfway through the day, I was again spotted by Mean Girl, as always with her Mean Girl crew. She demanded to see my hands and I told her I wasn't wearing green nail polish. She reached out and grabbed my arm, pulling my hand up. She said, "What did I tell you?" I replied, "You said you didn't want to see the green polish. You never said anything about blue." Mean Girl quickly let go of my arm and I really don't remember what she said. All I knew was I was alive and in one piece. For the remainder of her last year at the high school, she would give me dirty looks but never again spoke to me. If you found yourself in this position, would you call their bluff and show up with the green nail polish or a different color? Or do you think as a kid you'd be the type of person to unfortunately give in to this and take the nail polish off? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Techno Hippie, pissing off an angry substitute teacher with some good old malicious compliance. Here's a fun malicious compliance story from way back in junior year of high school. I had gotten kicked out of my local school, for pot, not really a big deal, and sent to the next high school over to finish the year. Despite being a problem child, I was a pretty good student and was in all honors and advanced placement classes. Because I wasn't driving yet, my mother had to drop me off at school still, and because the school was kind of far away and my younger sister wasn't allowed to be dropped off at her school before a certain time, I was consistently 10 to 15 minutes late to first period. My first period class was AP History. Don't remember which one and it's not really important. The teacher was an awesome dude who was fantastic at his job as an educator and had a great attitude and knew my situation. So his rule for the whole class was, you're all AP students, you know how to find the information you miss, so the time that OP gets to class is the cutoff time for anyone to get marked late. It was a good rule. It made everyone laugh, and it ended up being a great system for others who had to fight morning traffic as well. Fast forward to the endish of the year, after AP tests had been conducted. My teacher was one of the teachers who flew to the AP testing headquarters to help grade the tests. He was going to be gone for 2 weeks and told us in the meantime we would have a sub who would just be showing movies and giving us busy work. And when he got back, he had some fun history lessons for us that would make up for the sub and busy work we would have to endure in his absence. Sounds great. On Monday, I roll into class on my typical schedule, not even thinking about who this sub might be. I walk into the room and see that the sub is this awful old witch who had semi-retired but regularly subbed for classes throughout the district. She and I had had some run-in before, and due to my semi-regular wise butt attitude, let's just say she looked pretty excited to give me a hard time. She was in the middle of teaching some busy work, but stopped in the middle to make a big show of berating me in front of the class. Whatever, I could take it. After class, I went up to speak to her to let her know about the situation with traffic, my sister, and the teacher's rule of how I was the last one in the room before people got marked late. And the fact that now that AP testing was over, it really didn't even matter. She said I was just making excuses to be lazy. When I tried to explain that this will happen every day, she just barked at me that I needed to be more responsible and be on time. That if I didn't come with a pass from the office, she would write me up for detention and to get out of the room so she could prepare for the next period. Cue the malicious compliance. The next morning, I wrote a note to the office and had my mom sign it in the car on the way in. Please excuse OP's tardiness to first period, he is late for personal reasons. I wrote the date in pencil and brought it to the office. I told the attendance lady, who was a sweet old woman who knew my mom from working at the district, the situation. She laughed and gave me the late slip. I walked into class even later than I would have been, now closer to the end than the beginning. The witchy old teacher started yelling at me, so I made a big show of slapping the late slip on her desk and causing a ruckus getting to my desk, to laughter all around. This happened every day for the rest of the week and half of week 2. I was using the same note and just changing the date. By the end of week 2, she would just fume at me as I came in with the late slip. I'd since stopped making such a show of coming in the room. The kicker to all this was when my teacher came back the following week, late himself on Monday morning with a big goofy grin on his face. He began by congratulating me for how well I'd pissed off the sub, who he had his own issues with, and told us about how she'd stopped him in the hall to berate him for 10 minutes, after class had started by the way, thus making him late to his own class, about how he was a terrible teacher who had no control over his students, and how I specifically was taking advantage of him. Finished out the year without another late slip or incident, and I'm pretty sure I passed that AP test. Not that it matters because high school is BS and doesn't matter once you're an adult. That very last sentence was a little strongly worded, but it's not untrue. I mean, as long as you have the basic degree, nobody actually cares how well you did in high school as long as you graduated. And even then, you can't actually get much, if anything, with just a high school degree. It's sadly just like a basic foundational checkmark for whether or not you're a red flag or not. This next story is by local anime nerd, Middle School Mischief. I don't know if this counts, but this was kind of a team effort between me and my BFF when I was in middle school. So when I was about 12, my best friend and I started being allowed to go to the mall by ourselves. I had a cell phone, and as long as we stayed together. My BFF had a super strict mother who was way too obsessed with making her a mini adult while letting her other siblings do pretty much whatever they wanted. Well, this was back in the early 2000s where Hot Topic was still dark and scary, but was one of a few places to get anime merchandise. This started a few weeks before my BFF's birthday, and my mom had dropped us off so I could get an idea of what to get BFF for her birthday. So we are walking around Hot Topic and looking at Naruto stuff when I see a graphic t-shirt with her favorite character on it. I say, "Hey BFF, look, you should get this." BFF says, "Oh, I'm not allowed to have graphic t-shirts." I was confused. It was just a t-shirt. It didn't have anything bad on it like some of those political ones. It was a ninja in a silly pose. He didn't even have weapons. Why aren't you allowed to have t-shirts? BFF says, Mom says I have to always dress like I would for work and graphic t-shirts aren't appropriate. I really don't like my friend's mom and honestly thought that was dumb because we were 12. No one is looking for a 12-year-old to manage their car dealership. We go around the mall the rest of the day, and every time she sees these shirts with our favorite characters on them, I can tell BFF wants them but can't buy them. At one point, I convinced her to text her mom and ask about a cute tank top she wanted with Pikachu on it and told her she could wear it for gym. Nope, big mistake. Her mom flipped. She showed me the texts and, well, they weren't nice. I was furious, and then came the fatal text. BFF, I forbid you to buy those shirts. You'll look like a slob like OP. Oh, now it was on. So we went home and I was still stewing. We never told BFF's mom that I saw that message, and I didn't dare tell my mom, but I thought about my dad and thought about all the things he has done to tick off people who were rude to him like that with malicious compliance and mischief. Ding! I then remembered the key words in the text. When it came for me to buy a present for my friend, I bought her all of those shirts we had seen and a few more I knew she would love and wrapped them in a gift box. Fast forward to the party, BFF is opening her gift and gets to mine. She opens the box and sees all the shirts and her eyes go wide. Instantly, her mom is ticked. I can see it through her forced smile because I know her mom is far too polite to deny her the gift. I also knew just what to say to get her to not chuck them in the trash immediately after the party. I say my mom and I thought they were adorable and now we match. Now she knew my mom would expect to see them as well. Later when we were away from her mom, we laughed a bit about it and she asked me why I got them. I reminded her that she was forbidden to buy the shirts, not me. For years afterwards, this was our system for getting around her rules. To avoid this getting any longer, here is a quick list of other issues we got around in a similar way, and yes, I either heard her mom say these things or read them through texts.
You have too many books you can't buy anymore.
I bought her a gift card to a giant bookshop that no longer exists.
You can't buy comic books, they'll rot your brain.
Bought her about $50 worth of comics.
Dungeons and Dragons is for Satan worshippers, don't you dare buy those books.
Cool. Bought her the handbook, a set of dice, and some minis. So yeah, her mom would get super irritated with me, but she also still liked me. I think she likes me, but because she was super religious, didn't like how I was being raised. Because I was a good friend and she thought I was innocent in all her lectures about this stuff. I would never buy her anything that was actually bad, just things that were harmless and made her happy. My dad might have also helped in this as well by buying us our first convention ticket when he heard her mom say those conventions were for freaks and overweight nerds, which he took as a jab at me. I'm not super skinny, but not fat either, and also helped us put our costumes together for the convention because her mom refused. So yeah, it's not that exciting I guess, but I still laugh a little. This kind of reminds me of when I was a little kid. I was really into Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I had a friend who was a neighbor down the street, but she was saying she wasn't allowed to play with them because her parents believed they were witchcraft. Same thing goes for Pokemon too, not just the card game but regular games. I never understood that for a long time, especially as a little kid. How could a children's game cardboard little card be witchcraft, you know? I didn't get it as a kid. I straight up didn't even understand what witchcraft was. I was thinking, oh, like Harry Potter? And our final story of the day is by Casey Rose 1792. Make sure shift change is done before they leave? Okay. So before I became a stay-at-home mom, I worked for a casual fast food chain as a cashier. I loved my job there, even if it put me through the ringer on occasion. I had been an evening cashier there longer than any other cashier in that store. I knew the computer in and out. I knew closing lobby procedures like the back of my hand. I knew shift change. I knew how to help morning crew with lobby setup in the morning. I trained any cashier new to the store. This cashier, however, had been a transfer from our store across town. I was told she knew what she was doing. Every day, I would come in, see my store trashed, and then start my shift. She would promptly leave before doing anything. We had to fill our ice machine, clean tables, do a quick sweep, and take out garbages, including bathroom garbages, before shift change was considered done. Not hard, right? Talked to my boss about this. She told me to talk with my cashier. I did. She ignored me. I was told to then not let her leave until shift change was done. Okay. I would show up at 3:30 and nothing would be done. At our store, it was usually slow enough to get tasks done between customers. When I switched to the mornings later, I realized just how simple morning cashiering was in comparison to what I did every night. But for some reason, this cashier refused to do anything until I walked through the door. I started refusing to get on the drawer until I had completed every task shift change required. I would fill ice, I would take out garbages, I would wipe down tables, sweep floors, make sure my drink cooler was fully stocked, and that my drink station was completely clean and stocked before I would even suggest counting my drawer. One night, this particular cashier complained to me that she always had to leave an hour late whenever I came in to relieve her. I told her I wanted to be set up for my shift before I counted myself in. Then my boss pulled me aside and asked me why my morning cashier counterpart was always staying so late. They had to watch overtime and she was frequently getting more than necessary. She told me she had received a complaint about me taking my time before getting on the drawer so she could go home. I laughed. I told her shift change was done before I let her go home, just as my boss had told me to do. She would stand there and chat with coworkers and customers or just groan and complain at me from across the room to hurry up. Did I mention there was a camera recording all of this? Apparently, our patch manager was sending emails about unnecessary overtime to my GM and specifically called out morning cashiers, as my patch manager had actually run our store previous to my current GM and knew what it took to have a clean lobby by 3:30, especially with sales being lower than when she worked there. When my GM realized that this cashier was literally sitting on her butt while I did double the work and was causing our patch manager to breathe down her neck, she promptly had a talk with said rowdy individual. Things got better magically. I'd come in and it wasn't perfect, but ice was usually filled and my drink station was cleaned and stocked. At least my lobby garbages were taken out before I got there. No more OT or lazy cashier. Pretty mundane story, but I thought I'd share. Remembering this brought a smile to my face. I later got promoted up 2 ranks consecutively, managing entire shifts 6 months later. Patch manager took a liking to me, I guess. I think the only disappointing thing about this story was that the cashier did get to sit around for a while and collect all that overtime for doing nothing, just kind of being around while you did your malicious compliance, until they inevitably got caught. And then when they finally got properly called out, they just fixed the problem and they were able to keep all that overtime money and everything.
I hate standardized tests. There's a teacher in the high school I attend, Mrs. B, who taught English 9 so long my mother was in her class. I've only heard good things about her and none of them were unfounded. She's done a lot for the community, she loves working with students, she teaches with a passion, and she hates traditional tests. She's always been against the idea, but that never stopped the state from making a system that forces the teacher to teach a bullet list of items, and the students get tested on what they should know by the end of the year. In English's case, with an essay on one topic scored on citation, accuracy, and grammar. Fast forward to 2 years ago, when the state realized the tests didn't help scores any. Big shock. And said our local counties will try to replace the system with something new, which mine did, with a system that forces everyone to write an essay on one of 3 topics that get scored for citation, accuracy, and grammar. Mrs. B rolled her eyes explaining this to my fellow students. When we voiced our concerns, Mrs. B made it clear she didn't like it either and ended her rant with, "I'll figure something out." The first day of the couple weeks we get to write the essay, she, as required by the rules, had to read us the directions and prompt. She went through everything like she was supposed to, but then she went back and called to attention one part of it. A sentence reading, once you open the Google Doc, the teacher cannot help you at all. She made very clear that we couldn't come to her for anything after we opened the doc.
Then, after doing so, she walks to the front of the classroom and states, "So, if you don't open the doc and use the prompt I already showed you to write an essay on paper, I can and will help you with any questions you have." 5 silent seconds pass before she looks to the class and says with a smile, "I hate standardized tests." I didn't know this at the time, but she was only one of a group of teachers across the county who formulated, coordinated, and executed the exact same plan. Needless to say, every student under these teachers, including me, got our essays on paper to be revised before we opened the doc and submitted them, netting all of us high scores. The higher-ups caught wind of what happened, and they were angry, but no one in that teacher group ever got punished because they never broke a rule. The directions were worded much more carefully the next year, and the teacher group responded by finding and using another loophole instead. Talk of making a new system started again after that. So let me ask you guys, do you think what a student should learn across an entire year for any subject should be standardized across a state or maybe even the whole country? Or do you think that responsibility should be solely handed to the teacher to teach the class what they think is relevant? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Medic FF, Ambulance Compliance. So this took place at 2 different workplaces. I'll start with place A, then place B. They were/are small ambulance bases. Place A is a small 1-car service and place B was a 2-car service. This all involves overtime and being a pain in the boss's butt, not ever involving patient care. Place A was public funded, government owned, and they really screwed us on pay. We had to either take $5 an hour on call or work as a care aide in an old folks home changing diapers and wiping butts at less than our EMS wages. The pay rules were interesting, such as X dollars an hour for care aide, X plus $6 an hour for EMS work, such as unit checks and callouts. Overtime was after 8 hours of work combined between care aide and EMS. The best part was overtime was double time after midnight. There were many nights driving exceedingly slow, running out the clock till 01 to return to the base. Takes your 4-hour average call and turns it into 8 hours of pay. Place B was a private service owned by Scrooge Jr. I swear, one unit was at 550,000 kilometers plus on the odometer and still in service. Our boss rounded down to 15 minutes. So if you got back and restocked by 21:14 hours, you were rounded to 21 hours. There was one smoker on each crew, so the non-smoker would leave the base and be on call from home, while the smoker made sure to take their time with their cigarette and clock out 15 minutes after we got back. It wasn't that we were trying to swindle the boss, but get what we were entitled to, then push for a bit more as a jab to the boss. Honestly, to me, anybody that even works in that field anyways deserves to be compensated very well, so I don't have any issues with OP and their coworkers doing whatever they can or any tricks that they can to get halfway decent or even near fair compensation for their jobs. This next story is by Evening Sand, Case of the Missing Floor Buffer. About 20 years ago, I was enlisted in the Marines. One of the things Marines are famous for is janitorial service. We swept, we mopped, and we buffed the floor like nobody's business. It was in wartime. This is Garrison Marine Corps. Since the day I checked in, my platoon was assigned 2 floor buffers. My specific shop within the platoon was accountable for producing those floor buffers during inspection. Thing is, the shop had only ever had 1 floor buffer, and my shop took the hit for not being able to produce a piece of government property during an inspection. More specifically, I took the hit. A year or 2 went by, and perhaps 2 or 3 of these inspections had occurred, all resulting in our inability to produce the 2nd floor buffer, and all giving my shop a black mark on our inspection readiness record. Because if you're gonna go to war, you're gonna need 2 floor buffers. By this time, I get wise to how DRMO works, Defense Reutilization and Marketing Office. Basically, it's where units like mine can dispose of government property and get it off of our books, like broken chairs, refrigerators, or even vehicles. Where applicable, each item that was turned in had its serial number recorded, and a receipt for said item and serial number was issued in return. Units could also pick through what was turned in, however, they would be required to add these things to their books cost-free. Civilians or individuals were allowed to buy items but had to do so out of pocket. Another kick-you-in-the-nuts inspection was coming up, so the plan was hatched. A DRMO run was made where a floor buffer handle was procured as an individual. I believe $2 was handed over to pay for this item. The floor buffer handle, it should be noted, does not contain the serial number of the floor buffer. The big bottom round thing did. The handle was brought back to my shop, engraved with the missing floor buffer serial number, and promptly returned to DRMO. A receipt containing the return of a floor buffer with a serial number that matched the missing floor buffer was issued, and that receipt was taken to our supply officer to remove the specific floor buffer from our inventory. Through malicious compliance, the case of the missing floor buffer was solved. To be fair, considering you went through multiple inspections and were never able to find or produce a second floor buffer, there should have been some kind of process that allowed you to just put forward that there wasn't a second floor buffer to begin with when you got there. Their solution was kind of hacky, but hey, it worked. Our next story is by Queen Frankie 420. He told me to just fix it, so I did. This might be a little tame, but even tame stories make for amusing stories at times. This happened several years ago, so I might not remember all the details, but I'm going to try to remember to the best of my ability. I work at a retail store that sells everything from groceries to home goods to clothing. No, it's not the big W word. And back before I was in my current position, I was the closing cashier in my department. Typically, the manager would just let the cashier close the register and leave without doing additional work. But sometimes, if you were scheduled a little later, then they would have us do some closing cleanup, putting away items from customer service, pulling stuff forward on the shelves, that sort of stuff. One night, my manager came by as I was closing up the register and asked me to fix a shipper that was near the register before I left. I asked what he meant and he said, "Just fix it," and walked off. As I was walking past it to drop the money, I could see that it was a complete mess. This shipper was actually two shippers of Hot Wheels that were placed back to back with product inside the back parts as well as the front. And customers who collect Hot Wheels had pulled the two pieces apart and dug through the middle as well. I could see that in the middle there were cars that had fallen down, and to push it together, I'd have to pull them apart and pick all of these up. So I pulled them apart. I knew that no matter how well I cleaned it up today, I was probably going to encounter it being pulled apart again the next night by customers and have to repeat this task. The outside and inside was pretty picked over, and I got an idea. I knew it wasn't what my manager had intended, but I had asked him to clarify, and he simply said, "Just fix it." So I decided to fix it. I proceeded to pull every single Hot Wheel from inside of the shipper and put them on the floor around it. I made sure they were as close to the shipper to not create a hazard to my coworkers should they come by. Then I went to the register and I got the thick clear packing tape we kept at the register, and I put the shippers together and I ran tape around the place where the two met, adding a few cross strips to secure it better. Then I proceeded to straighten up the outside portions of the shipper, adding in cars from the floor as they fit. When my manager came back by to check in, he saw me kneeling on the floor surrounded by Hot Wheels and he said, "What the heck?" I replied, "You told me to fix it, so I'm fixing it." He said, "I meant just to straighten it up." I responded, "You didn't say straighten it up, you said fix it." We still work together, although he's no longer a manager, stepped down of his own accord, and we still laugh about the story from time to time. To clarify for those that didn't know, just like I didn't, a shipper is a cardboard display for the items. So like for example, if you walk past an aisle and you see one of those cardboard Hot Wheel displays with a bunch of packages sitting on it, it's that kind of a thing that OP had to fix. This next story is by Heavy Riffs. Perfect parts, you say? A bit of backstory is needed here for understanding the scenario. I work in a robotic CNC cell. I make stuff out of aluminum with robots and machines. that works on a 2x10 hour per day schedule. When I come in, the robots have run lights out, unattended for 2 hours, and they do the same after I leave. Since no one is around to pass off any messages when I arrive, we leave notes for the other shift and kind of play the telephone game. My coworker, Patrick, and I run up to 7 machines at once, depending on currently running jobs and the workload. A few weeks ago, I got word that our company got some massive orders for an American firearm manufacturer, and they wanted the parts done ASAP, if not sooner. Classic election year. I had run these parts a couple of years ago and remembered how much of a pain in the butt they were. Now, when we started production on these gun handguards, we had already been running first operation parts for another company within the corporate umbrella for years. Instead of just supplying them with parts, we were making the precursor parts, then finishing the machining process in-house too. This is where the malicious compliance comes into place. I had been cleaning up / deburring the parts in the manner of which I was accustomed, and Patrick was likewise helping after I showed him what to do. One day, the head of the project, Janice, comes down to talk about the parts with a massive revised standard to deburr and review the handguards. Our workload basically doubled. One of the changes said to keep the machine going at all times and that any parts we couldn't get to would be stacked on a pallet for someone to get to later. Another said that the surface finish needed to be perfect and defect-free. Now enter the crap show. We get slammed with all kinds of these handguard orders, huge size orders and multiple different length parts. And it's wildly apparent we can't keep up. Parts are filling up the pallets and every day is a fuster-cluck. On top of that, parts were being found left and right that were apparently not up to the customer's ludicrously high standards. The situation was not good. Janice left several notes about parts being found with burrs and surface defects. At this point, I'm getting annoyed. For context, this is what all went into the process. A first operation done on one machine, a second operation, much lengthier in runtime on another, then a several minute long, very picky deburring process, tumbling parts and ceramic media for 20 minutes, then a thorough inspection before initialing the part in Sharpie before bagging and boxing. I went over some of the day and weekend shift parts and found a super sloppy bunch of parts and was essentially getting scolded frequently for their lazy attempts at cleaning up the parts. I decided then and there that I would, in fact, make perfect parts, the process be darned. Every day for the last 2 weeks, I pored over the part inspection with the keen eye and intensity of a bald eagle hunting for prey. Any and every bit of that part got buffed out with Scotch-Brite, filed down, brushed to absolute perfection. Defects as small and as pissant as tiny dots were painstakingly blended. Naturally, this took a ton of time. Some parts took upwards of 20 minutes apiece. Parts started piling up to the point that Janice came around to figure out what was going on, as well as one-on-one inspect our parts. It turns out, day shift wasn't even bothering to deburr parts and just piled them up, and I was being too good at inspecting. After being called a devious little crap for my antics and drawing a laugh, Janice backed off some of the grueling inspection, so it sped us back up a bit to keeping up. Well, in most scenarios where a company gets a giant order with varying parts, they hire a few more people capable of doing the job to, help make sure that production doesn't slow down. But they would never do that. Good luck, less than 5 people. You've got this huge size order down, no problem. And make sure it's in a timely manner. And our final story of the day is by Penguin Mom, Milko. My dad was a milkman for around 25 years, in the days when most people had bottles of milk delivered to their doorsteps. He used to deliver 7 mornings a week, starting around 5 a.m., then go out Thursday and Friday evenings collecting the money. One winter evening, he knocked on the kitchen door of one house, and the wife opened the door and stepped out. She said, "I'm just on my way out, but he'll pay you," pointing to her husband who was sitting on the far side of the kitchen by the fire. My dad looked at the husband looked at Dad and said, "No, I'm too warm by this fire, I'm not moving. Come back tomorrow." Dad said, "Come on, stop mucking around, I want to get home tonight." The guy was adamant. "No, I'm too cozy, come back tomorrow." 5:30 a.m. the next morning, Dad was standing on their front doorstep, thumping on their door as hard as he could. "Morning, Milko, I've come for the money." He could hear them shouting indoors.
You go down.
"I'm not going down."
You were the one who wouldn't bloody pay him.
Eventually, the wife opened the door and handed the money to Dad. As she did so, she looked him straight in the eye and said,
You sod.
the money was always waiting for him at that house after that. Milkman's gotta get paid. Respect the hustle, man. Showing up at 5:30 a.m. banging on the door to get that cash. Gotta get the money somehow. You can call me whatever you want as long as you pay me my wages. Well, actually, I'm not sure about that, but hey, money is money. Professor complained I wasn't even looking at her during lectures, so I did it a lot. There are those teachers who don't like you for no particular reason. I had one at college, and to this day, I have no idea what made her dislike me and pick on me whenever she fancied. It first started when I didn't raise my hand higher for her while she was noting down attendance. She deliberately marked my attendance entry as tardy, ignoring my protest. She made snotty remarks on my works even though other teachers thought it worked perfectly fine. One day, she asked a question in class and I answered incorrectly. She called me a pathetic idiot who chose to be in class for the attendance and not for the lecture. I was either interested in my book or out the window while she was teaching and can't even bother to look at her. She didn't stop there. She went bad-mouthing my sister whom she taught before, failed her class, and that I turned out to be brainless like her. That was when I knew she crossed the line and she has to pay for it. I am not a person who can confront very well. The head of the department was on her side due to her, charms, so I couldn't do much about it. Yeah, she can be a witch to students but act like an angel around authority if she wants. I didn't want to waste my time fighting with her because it was my last year at the college and I just want to get out of there. So for the remaining semester, I took the seat right in front of the class during her lectures. I cannot prove to her my sister isn't someone she thinks, but I can resolve her complaint that I was not looking at her. So I did it very intensely. I stared at her all through class with an angry expression without breaking eye contact, which wasn't hard for me because that's all what I felt for her. It made her so uncomfortable that she lost her track at times. The students knew what was happening, but they didn't stop me. One of them said she looked scared at one point. I continued doing this while she wrote notes on the board and explained them from the back of the class where I can't turn around and stare at her. I thought of sitting at the back of the class so she won't be able to hide from me, but I cut her some slack because I was doing the same outside the class, like at the cafeteria and parking lot. Eventually, she stopped picking on me, and to my surprise, I scored well above average for the finals on her paper. I was a legend for some time in her class until another boy told her off after she started picking on him. His reaction made her cry and run out of the classroom. He took my spotlight till the graduation. So let me ask you guys, considering what the teacher said with the things like pathetic idiot who's only there for the attendance and whatnot, is OP going and intently staring at them any chance they have a little too over the top and creepy, or an adequate amount of revenge against this person for calling them out in front of the class and being extremely rude to them? Let me know in the comments down below. This next story is by Cave Age Man, returns to the delivery door only. I recently bought a computer part from a national computer retailer whose main warehouse and shop is only 10 minutes away from me. They are currently offering collection as the shop itself is closed. When I got the part home, it turned out I had got the wrong one. No problem, I thought. I called them to let them know, and they agreed to return and sent me an RMA, Return Merchandise Authorization Number, in an email that I had to put on the package. I box it back up, label it properly, and drive over to where I'd picked it up earlier that day. Knock on the door, only to be told that they can't accept returns at this store and it has to be delivered by a courier. Now, this was a fairly expensive and heavy bit of equipment, so a courier was going to cost a fair amount of money, including insurance. It would also involve me driving past the computer shop to where I could hand it off to a courier. Cue malicious compliance. The next day, I draw up some labels for my new courier imaginary deliveries, add some QR codes for the look of the thing, and a company slogan, taking your things to amazing places. I also included a couple of other labels that helped it sell otherwise, including a Comic Sans label that says, "This way up," and a chaos arrow that points in all directions. I put on my best courier-looking outfit, see a cap, baggy jacket, and matching face mask, drive over to the computer retailer, go around the back to the delivery bay, and parcel under one arm, just wander in. I find an office to knock on and say, "I've got a delivery for computer shop. This is Unit 7, right?" I then make a show of scanning one of the QR codes and take a photo clearly showing the parcel delivered in their office. I leave feeling like I just pulled off a major heist. A couple of days later, I get my refund and the job was done. OP even went above and beyond and attached photos of their boxes with the labels and whatnot. This is actually a pretty smooth malicious compliance, especially considering that you would have to probably wait at least an extra day just for them to process and basically walk it over to where it would be delivered. It's pretty cool to see somebody just do that and actually get so blatantly away with it. Our next story is by Green Egg Page. You must actually teach on the last day before Christmas break. This story comes from my favorite teacher in high school, Charlie. The time was the 80s. He was a chemistry teacher. Mild, short man, but devious. If he tried to take a nap during his class, he would just keep talking, walk over to the ammonia bottle, wet a rag, and drop it beside your head. All while acting like nothing was going on. Charlie, for quite some time, would let students have fun on the last day before break. Until the principal told them that he had to teach the kids something, so he complied. He set up an experiment for that day. The ingredients included sucrose, glucose in solution, protein pellets, and I had to look it up, 4-hydroxy-3-methoxybenzaldehyde. As the students happily performed their experiment, the principal sticks his head in the door to ensure that Charlie is actually having them do something productive and is happily surprised. Charlie fills him in on the experiment in big scientific words. As the principal is about to leave, he remarks, "Why does it smell like peanut brittle in here?" And every year after that, we made peanut brittle on the last day of class for the semester. I mean, you can't say that you're not learning something there. You learn a chemical compound of peanut brittle. That's definitely something, and delicious too. Our next story is by Pocketful of Uranium. I'm redundant, but you need me? Enjoy the wait for my work. I've worked for my company for 7 years. I love it. It's a great place. Except for my boss. She's a liability and has been the cause of several almost employment tribunals. All been paid off to settle. But as she's been shagging the owner, she gets away with it. Anyway, we all know what's happening in the world, which is why I've been made redundant. I'm okay with this, it's expected. I was furloughed, and since coming back part-time, I knew it was likely to happen. But I mentioned my boss is a tick. Well, she told me that she wouldn't be able to pay my notice out because she needs all my help while she has it. Well, that to me was a kick in the teeth. Why am I redundant, but you need me? I'm only working 2 days a week, but as it's my notice period, I'm paid for the full week. It's agreed I work Tuesday and Friday. Fine. I allow all my emails to build up from her with requests for things. She doesn't know where things are. She needs this information immediately. Nope. I'm working from home and don't have a company-issued mobile, so she can't force a call. Here is where my malicious compliance comes in. I get the work done as soon as she sends it over, but I don't send it back until the last 10 minutes of my working day. She's then slammed by emails from me and has to go through them to find what she needs. And just to make it fun, sometimes I send her random crap that she may need once I'm no longer there, which is usually just junk mail vaguely relevant to our industry that I would have normally deleted. It's only been 2 weeks, but her exasperation is rising and she has another 5 weeks before my notice is up. I'm doing my job, so she can't say anything about it. I'm just being very conscious of doing a good job and only sending things when I'm sure they're ready. When you end up in a situation like this, you're kind of free to be as petty as you would like. It turns into a, what are you gonna do? Fire me on my already way out? Plus, they said they need you, which is an extra security blanket. This next story is by Pisces Killer Whale. Racist drunk friend wants to be served another drink? Yes, sir. I bartended at a super cool small venue earlier this year. We would host all kinds of private parties for various events. Unlike normal food and beverage service, these guests were paying in the thousands. There was no closing time, and they often brought their own booze depending on the contract. Details like this made it virtually impossible to cut someone off. Also, we weren't allowed to say no to a guest, so sometimes we have to get creative. One particular night, a guest was drinking too much and started saying racist stuff loudly. I could tell some of my coworkers were overhearing it, and the staff vibe started to take a nosedive. At this point, the party had been done for over an hour. There were about 5 drunks I couldn't get out of my bar, otherwise we would have been headed home already. Suddenly, I heard this guy tell his friend, "I hate that guy so much I would call him an N-word to his face, I don't even care." Except he actually said the word. Right after that, he turned around and ordered another glass of wine with me. I was able to conceal my rage, but not the fact that I was trying to figure out how to tactfully cut him off. He noticed and said, "Come on, just one more drink, I don't care how much." He pulls out his wallet with a bulky, unnecessary amount of cash, almost as if to show off. We weren't allowed to say no to guests. Cue malicious compliance. I look him dead in the eyes and say, "Okay, $100. Normally costs $10. He looked at me kind of confused, but my face didn't budge. I was stone cold. I gave a stare for a second to let him know I was serious, then began pouring before he could answer so he couldn't backpedal. I gave him a short pour too. He gave me the $100 and took the hint. It only took 10 minutes for him to convince his friends to leave and go to the next spot. He didn't even finish the wine. After the shift, the one dark-skinned girl on my team told me how down she was about the night and the guests' racism. I told her I had something that might cheer her up. I had been carrying these encouragement cards around for months in my purse, thinking I would find a use for them. Finally, I did. I gave her the card, and inside it had the $100 bill from the guy and a nice little note I wrote that said, "Freak racists." Even when drunk, it's pretty surprising that somebody would be so blatant as to drop the N-word in public like that. It takes a pretty disgusting person to do something like that. My only real problem with this story is that the guy wasn't forced to pay up even more money. And our final story of the day is by You Might Know Me Mate. I have to take the final fine. I attended community college my freshman year. Fresh from homeschooling, I was the bug-eyed kid in the second row taking notes on every word the professor said. Especially when my geology professor said he would drop each student's lowest test score, even if it was from the final. I studied hard for the first test, nervous because I'd never taken an exam in my life. When I got an A, I realized that if I could score well on the next 3 tests, I could just skip the final. Determined to start my summer early, I aced the next 3 tests. Afterwards, I approached the professor to double check if it was cool if I skipped town for the final. The professor, puzzled, said that though he'd absolutely drop the test score if it was my lowest, I still had to attend the final or I'd receive an incomplete for the class. Son of a nutcracker. Day of the final, I stared down at the test, a cumulative review of everything we'd studied in the class, and decided, freak it. Most of the test was Scantron questions. For each question, I carefully filled every bubble but the correct one. The last section of the test was mineral identification questions, where we were given a description of minerals and asked to name them. My answers included George Washington, X equals 3, and the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. A week later, I got my grade for the final back, a 0. And one email from my professor, all it said was, "Good job." Your mission was to make sure that that final exam was the lowest score possible, considering all you had to do was ensure that it was the lowest score and it would get dropped completely, and that you had to show up for it. Unfortunately, it's pretty easy to just bubble in whatever you want, whatever you feel like. Draw a picture on the Scantron bubbles, and you would have been on your merry way. All in all, it's a pretty darn good deal, and kudos to OP for acing the first 3 ones so that they didn't even have to worry about their final. Now that is excellence right there. New owner wants us to carry garbage bags through a crowded restaurant? Okay, you're the boss. This is another story about my bartending days, and I'll preface by saying, even though it got my point across, not then, nor do I now feel good about what happened here. So, slight backstory. I was working as a bar manager in a student pub. The new owner and I hated each other. It was actually scary just how deep that hatred ran. However, I was his fastest bartender and simply too popular amongst the other employees to just fire. So instead, he would always belittle me in front of clients or other staff members and find ways to make my job more insufferable. I'm guessing in hopes that I would simply quit. So the bar was at the front of the store, the exit was right by the front entrance, which led through a caged-off alley, which led to the alley where we dumped all the garbage from the bar and restaurant. We had always carried the refuge out that way. It was easy, effective, and we didn't have to walk through the restaurant carrying garbage bags. So, obviously, the new owner made the rational decision to start locking that way off and forbidding us from using it. This meant we now had to walk through the restaurant when people were eating, up a mini stairwell and through the kitchen. I don't even know how many health and safety regulations this was violating. I had protested this at several staff meetings, explaining to him that us not being allowed to go that way doubled the trip, which left the bar a man short for double the time. It was also double the time for the bags to tear, considering they were usually filled with heavy and sometimes broken bottles, and mostly, it was just unsanitary walking through the restaurant and kitchen with bags that were usually dripping fluids. So, obviously, he refused and said we will continue doing it his way. Cut forward a few nights later and the place was packed, likely to overcapacity, but for in case it wasn't clear. Safety concerns weren't much of a priority for this rat. I should also point out that the bar only had one garbage bin, which had filled up several beer bottles ago. The other bartenders had been ignoring it because if you're carrying out garbage bags, then you're not serving customers, and if you're not serving customers, you're not making tips. So I decided to take this task upon myself and to venture out of the bar. I felt like Frodo carrying the ring to Mordor. As I mentioned, the bag was already over its recommended weight capacity, so I had to get through this crowd fast, because I could feel it was going to tear quickly. Some of the glass had broken inside the bag too and started cutting into me as I tried carrying the bag from the bottom to keep it from tearing open, all the while fighting my way through a crowd of drunk students. I finally made it to the mini stairwell by the kitchen where the drunk owner and a random drunk girl were sitting on the stairs. The bag was now super close to tearing and my hands were covered in blood from getting cut by the glass. I tried getting this stupid boss's attention, begging him to move so I could get past. The boss ignored me. I'll say that the first time, it was entirely possible that he may not have heard me over the crowd and the loud music. So I tried again. This time he looked straight at me and then continued to ignore me anyway. Cue the malicious compliance as I lifted the bag right over him and the girl, just for it to tear open right above them, drowning them both in dripping bottles of beer and pieces of shattered glass. I felt bad for the girl, she did not deserve this. As for the owner, screw him. The kitchen staff had heard the crash and screams and ran out to clean the mess. I tried helping, but they told me to go back to the bar. A few seconds later, the owner came storming into the bar, screaming at me and asking what possessed me to try and lift a garbage bag over the head of him and a customer. I innocently said that I wouldn't have had to if he had just let us go through the alley. The owner gave me the biggest death glare I had ever gotten, then took the alley key off of his key ring, threw it at me, and stormed out of the bar. So even though I had been forced to cover a girl in glass to get my point across, I still walked out of this battle victorious. So if you're in that moment, full garbage bag with broken glass kind of digging into your skin, probably making you bleed, would you go for it and try and lift it over the boss and the customer? Let me know why or why not you would dare to do that moment in the comments below. We have to list every account number? Okay. This happened today, and my god am I glad it did. Background: I'm a property tax consultant. This is my first tax protesting season, and so far the biggest lesson I've learned is that government is a pain in the butt. The state of Texas has a state-mandated form that must be turned into the county when a tax agency represents a property owner in that county for protesting. It's detailed and annoying, but most counties are fairly lenient because human error happens a lot when we get clients to sign and label terms and whatnot. Except one county, which so happens to be the biggest county in the area, so it's the most valuable. These guys have been complete pains in our butts from day one. If everything is not perfect, they refuse the entire form. So needless to say, they bring me great joy. One more quick thing. Every property in every county has a specific account number, ranging from 6 to 20 digits depending on the county. This large county has 10 digits for each property account number. So last week, we get an email from the head honcho of the appraisal district for the specific county, specifying new rules for emailing signed forms. Before, we were able to attach the signed documents from client name and ask for them to be processed. The new rules stated that every file had to be named every account number being sent in, same on the subject line of every email, along with our agency name and ID number. Forms will not be accepted if this is not followed. This process is tedious as we now had to search for and write down every account number when we usually just use the address. Cue malicious compliance. This morning, a family friend called me up and asked to protest their taxes for them. I knew this friend owned some properties in the area, so I asked them to send over their list. I'd create the contacts and forms, and all she would have to do is sign. As it turns out, she owned about 25 properties, 20 of them being in, you guessed it, pain in the butt big county. I immediately saw where this was going and the evil glee was joyous. So I get all the forms set up, she signed them, perfectly I might add, and I go hard with making sure I have every single account number listed out. Unfortunately, I had to make 2 separate documents, as apparently 20 sets of 10 digits is too many for a file name. But you bet your butt every number fit into that subject line, along with our own ID and name. I then wrote out my basic body email I use for all these emails and then added, there should be 20 total, please process every account number for company name. At the end, CC'd my boss and sent. 2 hours later, another mass email from the head honcho. We don't need to list every account number anymore. Petty? Simple? Maybe, but my job got easier, so I call it a win. Some rules are made with the best interest of people in mind, and some rules are made to just be broken. Giving the boot. Many moons ago, when I was barely out of boot camp, I had scored high enough to be given an advanced school for training in a skilled trade. Now, this really was like a school, just with certain military regulations, like always having to be in uniform and having to muster, etc. Berthing was a bit more like a dorm room where you had to share with 3 other service members, head to foot. There was some leniency for students, at least there should have been. I had the unfortunate luck of being put into a room with a petty officer whose last post had been with the Marines. She outranked us all and wielded her power like a tyrant, enforcing every rule and reg to the letter, even when we were off duty. Now, the trade I was there to learn was welding. Yes, I'm a lady, shut up. And that's hot and dirty work no matter how many fans or AC units you use. So it was normal to come to the barracks pretty stinky and sweaty. Well, one evening when I got back to the room after a long day learning to burn, there was no one else there. I was so relieved and tired, I just took off my jacket and flopped onto my bed. Who should enter 2 minutes later but the offending petty officer, who started screeching at me that I shouldn't be in bed in uniform, especially not in my boots. What the freak? Well, if that's really how she wanted it, I took off my boots, quickly changed into sweats, and then I did the unthinkable and took off my socks. Aiming my locked and loaded feet at the head of her bed, next to mine, I flopped back onto my rack and read a workbook for about an hour before taking a shower. The smell in her face literally had her gagging and choking, but she couldn't think of a rule to throw at me to end it. I dubbed her Problem Child after that, but it was worth it. I'm standing pretty firmly with OP on this one. If you're going to be an absolute stickler with the rules, I would say don't be surprised if people started giving you grief, because it's just not necessary. Everyone there is more or less in this game together. What does it matter? You're not paid to be on call because you're not on call. I work in a support role for a global insurance/investment company. Over the last 6 months, I've lost many an evening and weekend to unexpected work problems with not even a thank you, let alone any financial compensation. As an example, being called at 21:30 and asked if you can log on when you've met friends for a drink. Where a job needs to provide out-of-hours support, a supplement is meant to be paid for being on call, with additional payment if you're required to actually work. My contract is based on annual salary, where additional work might be required for no extra pay or overtime if it's considered business as usual, BAU, or known in advance. This bit is important. However, the work I've been asked to do on weekends and evenings is not business as usual. Business as usual assumes processes work. If something goes wrong, someone needs to step in to fix it, and it's no longer BAU. Hope that makes sense. A couple of months ago, I had the conversation with my manager about being paid for being on call. I was told the work I was covering actually fell under business as usual, and as I was always given advance notice, I wouldn't be paid for being on call. My manager wouldn't budge on this, so I made it clear I would not be taking my laptop home or be available unless I was given advance notice I might be required to log on, to which my manager agreed. On this glorious day, I received a call from my manager asking me to log on as some critical data was missing from a file, causing significant problems with several admin systems. Trying to sound as sincere as I could, I apologized and said as I was not made aware in advance and I'm not on call, my laptop was left at the office. This was met by an to which I responded, "Good luck and I'll see you tomorrow," expecting it to be a poop show in the morning for Muggins here to clean up, but it'll be worth it. Edit 2. So last night after the call to me, my manager rang around and finally got hold of the manager from team I provide support to. Over several hours, between them they figured out that somehow a group in the system had not been run for the day. Controls are in place, so this shouldn't be possible. To fix it, they had to run the missed group, validate the movements, and then rerun processes to send the data to the admin systems. After looking into it this morning, this is for Team P to look into how they've managed to done goof on such a scale. A near-miss record with governance, who they'll need to explain it to. This caused several issues with the admin systems, and a lot of verifying everything is as it should be this morning. Following this, a group email has been sent around to remind people that laptops should be taken home, as in the event of the building being unavailable or inaccessible, recovery plans are for people to use their laptops to work from home or alternate sites. It seems the manager had trouble contacting someone with a laptop able to log on. I'm positive they'll have no issues finding someone to drop everything at a moment's notice going forward. I fear that should I receive a similar call in the future, I'll not be in a position to access my laptop. Work/life balance is important, and I'm going to enforce those boundaries. The trouble is, it starts as a one-off here and there, and you do it to be nice with the best of intentions, but give an inch and they'll take a mile if you're not careful. And for some of those asking, I'm already looking at other jobs. Although there's definitely issues with the management in my current area, and employees being taken for granted, not just me, the company as a whole does have a good ethos. Hope this provides at least a little amusement and is only giving back a tiny amount of what you've all given me. I'm not planning on any more updates, so this is it from me. Thank you all, and don't let the bees grind you down. Honestly, I would be incredibly frustrated with a job like that. I got enough going on in my life that happens short notice, so having to worry that work might call you up and be like, hey, I need you to get on the laptop right now to do this one thing that you won't get paid for. I'd be like, oh, forget this. It'd have to be a really good paying job for me to overlook that.
Political signs can only go up 30 days before any election?
Okay.
So back in August, my wife and I decided we wanted to put up a sign to promote our preferred candidate for the upcoming presidential election here in Texas. I wanted to see what my town's ordinances said about what and where we could put the sign up, as we were planning to put a banner on our fence that is very prominent facing traffic that goes along the side of our house, but that is at the edge of our property. The ordinances had a few rules about where the sign could and couldn't be. An example, don't put them on a utility pole. The max size of the sign, 36 square feet, how high off the ground, etc. It also said that political signs would be allowed 30 days prior to any election. Note here, it didn't say the election, which would have implied that the election had to be related to the sign. As far as I was concerned, it could be, as the ordinance said in plain English, any election. So we ordered a 36 square foot banner off of Etsy, nailed and tied it to the fence on a Saturday in August. The next Monday, code enforcement dropped by and said something along the lines of, "We had an inquiry about your sign. It isn't in compliance with the ordinance," and asked us to take it down. I wasn't home at the time. My wife told him that I wasn't home, but that I read the ordinance and it said any election, and that we were in compliance. There was some back and forth. They settled on if you request a sign permit that would give us a month with the sign up, then we would be within 30 days of early voting in Texas, which is how the town has traditionally interpreted the meaning of 30 days prior to any election. So I get home from running the errand I was on, and my wife tells me what has transpired. I still thought the sign was legal under the ordinance, but to make my wife happy, I applied for and was granted the permit. 2 days later, the same code enforcement officer came to our house and said that the town manager had overruled his issuing of the permit and that the sign needed to come down. I told him that I only applied for the permit to make my wife happy and that the sign has always been legal under the ordinance and that the town was not without choices as it could clean up the language in the ordinance. More back and forth. I asked him what the next steps were. Do you remove the sign? Would have made great footage for my security camera. Do you cite me, etc., etc. He said he would talk to the town manager. I said that I would be happy to discuss it with the town manager. So the town manager calls me later that day. Says things like, "Most people don't put 36 square foot signs in residential property." I told them that I wasn't most people, that I was following the letter of the ordinance and that the sign was up in accordance with any election, including the fact that several of the 54 primaries are currently happening. 50 states plus territories plus voters overseas, and that those are all elections for the purposes of the ordinance. He says that he would contact the town's lawyer. Hours later, he calls back. I guess the town's lawyer was not busy that day and was able to opine instantly on the matter. He says the town's lawyer thinks the ordinance is enforceable, but that they have decided to not take an enforcement action. I told him I still believed I was in compliance because I was following the any election provision, but that he was making the right choice as there was a pandemic going on. But I had also been doing some research. Many people think of Texas as very similar to the rest of the South where local government is best. But my understanding of how things work in Texas is that cities and towns cannot do things that the state doesn't allow them to do. So things are often enumerated or restricted at the state level. And it just so happens that Texas has a chapter on political signs. Title 15 is Regulating Political Funds and Campaigns, and Chapter 259 is Political Signs. 259.003 is titled Regulation of Political Signs by Municipality. and says in part, a municipal charter provision or ordinance that regulates signs may not, for a sign that contains primarily a political message and that is located on private real property with the consent of the property owner, prohibit the sign from being placed. It looks like there are some caveats elsewhere in the chapter, such as it applies to signs 36 square feet and smaller, etc., but definitely applies to my circumstances. So the town's ordinance restricts someone from placing a political sign 30 days before any election. It sure seems like that violates this section of Texas law. Now armed with some information, I went to town council and spoke at one of the open forums where residents can address the council on any topic. My town is pretty small, full of people who don't share my political views, and the council reflects that pretty well. But I told them about how the ordinance appeared to violate Texas law. I also told them about a recent Supreme Court ruling from 2015, Reed v. Town of Gilbert, that set a bit of a surprising precedent. Basically, under certain conditions, the town might have to survive strict scrutiny when taking enforcement actions on signs and demonstrate a narrowly tailored, compelling government interest for why certain signs could only be up for short times versus other signs being up for longer times. Anyway, the town has worked with me on this issue, and the town manager is a busy person, but did say that the town's lawyer and him would circle up and propose changes to council in the coming months. I hope this post inspires you to get out there and vote and also engage with your government at the local, state, and national level. I'm kind of curious because I've seen a certain subset of people say that putting political signs in your yards is kind of odd. So do you think putting political signs up in your yard or on your fence line outside your house is a weird thing to do? Or alternatively, have you or would you want to put political signs up? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Chloroform Scented. Okay, I'll open his account. I'm not sure if this counts as malicious compliance, but I read a similar story here and wanted to share my own. My dad died in 2015, but we were still getting non-stop credit card offers for him. I decided to call up the company and get them to stop sending my dad mail. I got on the line with a woman, told her that my dad was dead, and wanted his name taken off their mailing list. She kept insisting she needed to talk to the person the mail was being sent to or his death certificate. I kept telling her he was dead and that he was receiving offers, had no credit card at this company, and I was under no obligation to send his death certificate in to stop junk mail. This same conversation was going in circles. Finally, I said, "Fine, I'd like to open this credit card under his name then." To which she replied, "But you just said he was deceased." I just said, "Yes." And she was silent for a few seconds before transferring me to the correct helpers. Well, I guess if they're too stubborn to accept that they're deceased, try and take them up on their offer until you go so far up the chain that something has to be done either way, right? Our next story is by Nabucodonosor. Too lazy to do your own reading and getting me to do your job for you? Okay. I'm a trainee at my company in an industry that I haven't worked in before. I'm getting a hang of the job and the many things that are a part of it. I have to know pretty much where everything is and what is available at a moment's notice and be ready to alter planning straight away. The more I'm getting into it, the less time I have for other BS. Still being a trainee, a lot of people within the company who have established cozy positions are still taking advantage of me as the do everything I can't be bothered to do guy. I'm also computer literate in a company stacked with dinosaurs, which also doesn't go in my favor. The other day, I was being asked about a few invoices for vehicle repairs that the person in accounts couldn't be bothered to even read properly and think for a second to put two and two together. A few back and forth emails and phone calls where I gave one-word answers due to not wanting my time to be wasted, but the final straw was when they asked me which vehicle it was all for. I'm very fastidious when it comes to putting things like this into our system, so this information could not have been any clearer to someone who was actually bothered with doing their job and reading the orders and invoices. I calmed down and politely said that it was for vehicle XYZ and that it was in the order detail and on the invoice from the provider. I was berated and told, "You need to make sure that that is always in the order detail." It was. So today I decided to jump the gun when I got an email from our provider asking for an order number. This isn't actually part of my job description, but the provider knows that if they ask me directly, they'll get it faster because I'm not lazy. I knocked together an order, and instead of my usual attention to detail, I decided to make this crystal clear to everyone who was going to be seeing this downstream. Now, in giant letters on the order detail is a big ugly paragraph that says Vehicle XYZ. One coolant pipe for Vehicle XYZ. The dump truck. That is Vehicle XYZ. Vehicle XYZ is the registration of this dump truck. That is Vehicle XYZ that is on the invoice. Vehicle XYZ. One funny phone call from the provider asking about the weird paragraph, and I explained that there was some confusion over what vehicle the repairs were for last time. Even though it is in giant letters on the invoice in order, followed by a salty email from accounts asking if I'm taking the piss, to which I said, not at all. I just don't want there to be any more confusion between our orders and invoices. We are diligent professionals after all. Listen, if somebody's not doing their job adequately and it's kind of pathetic in a way, sometimes making fun of them blatantly like that is maybe the most effective way to make them realize that they need to step their job up. Very simple stuff that is blatantly on those invoices they just completely glance over because they can't even care to look at it. This next story is by Max, Fury Toad. This is private property, sir. A few pieces of scenario you need to keep in mind. I'm a student and I rent a shared old house with other students. The house has no garden, but there is a long paved space around, all walled. None of us can leave it since there was a second lockdown, so we have to stay in this space for daily activities. Second thing to know is that I recently picked up daily exercise since I recovered from Big C. I'm not infected anymore, and I'm lucky that there is a space good enough beside our house with a nice curb I can use to some things I couldn't otherwise. Third thing is that this part of the paved space, even though close to the house, is the opposite way from the street door, which means that most people only go there either to park their cars, there are always some on the opposite side, or because they live in the garage next door who shares the space. The garage isn't used for cars, and I guess it's reconditioned as a tiny flat instead. All houses around me are owned by the same landlady who lives somewhere close. Incident: I was doing squats there and minding my business when this older neighbor, who I don't know because I moved in September, parks in front of the space. He starts moving towards me, so I greet him, which he doesn't reciprocate. Instead, he just stares with the most proponent expression. You know this is private property. I still don't know if he's another tenant or the husband of the landlady, so I supposed he might be right that I had no legalistic right to stand in the space nobody used to exercise. So I just answered that I was sorry and didn't know before picking my phone up and leaving. By this point, he'd already left towards the garage. This was unusual because this is a friendly little town, and I didn't think the person that used that space could care, or even less, prevent young people from exercising just because he didn't like to see it while getting out of the car. I'm very sure nobody inside the garage could know I was there, and much less be bothered. I was raised into helping out people, especially neighbors who you never know when you might need to help you, and to me, this is frankly a tick move in normal times and even worse during a lockdown. Maybe it also struck me as especially sucky-ish because I'm an anarchist and I absolutely cannot fathom why someone would do something as go out of his way just to be a tick and deprive people from using an empty space just because it's yours. Either because he also rents it, or he's married to the lady who owns tens of houses she just uses to get 80% of people's paycheck just for having inherited a paper. But rant finished, this is not the time to make revolutions. He had his chance to be a nice neighbor, and well, he blew it. Next week, I see him again and he's changing a tire that he obviously blew by clashing with the curb. I start exercising in the only available spot besides my door. Worst spot, but never mind. I see him struggle for a good 25 minutes with no avail before asking me if I could lend a hand. Now, I know how to do it and absolutely could help him. Even if I'm probably not physically stronger, he's on his 40s. I would absolutely help any other neighbor or passerby, but for this guy, I prefer to stand before his section of the pavement and tell him that I'm sorry, I cannot get there as that's private property. Guy then just packed up his crap and went inside to call a crane, and I finished my exercise. I kind of see a little bit of both sides, honestly. If it is their private property, they have every right to tell you that you can't be on their private property. But I can also understand if you're not abusing that land and you're just using it for simple exercise, that it's a major buzzkill and might be easily seen as kind of a jerk move to restrict you from being able to use that space, but it is their property. And our final story of the day is by My Name Here 90. Recycling bin has to be unusable? Okay. This one is short, and the comments on another post here reminded me of it. The city I live in provides you with one recycling bin for free. If you want an extra one, it's $10. If it breaks for any reason, they replace it for free. When I moved into my house, the old owners left the recycling bin. Both handles were broken, which made it near impossible to carry, so I took it to the dump to exchange it. When I got there, I was told it was still usable so they won't replace it, but I could buy a new one for $10. After a bit of polite arguing, I asked if there was any restrictions on how the bins break to have it replaced. They said no. If it breaks for any reason at all and is unusable, they would replace it. So I placed it on the floor and stomped on it a few times until it was in pieces. I then picked them up and put them on the counter and said, "Excuse me, my recycling bin broke and I'd like a replacement, please." They had no issues giving me a replacement. To be fair, if I was in the same situation, I probably would have done the exact same thing. Okay, maybe not the exact same thing. I probably would have taken the bin back maybe down the street or something and done it, not necessarily in blatant view, but the end result would have been roughly the same. Honestly, I'm impressed by the balls it took to do that. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So if you enjoyed the stories today, let me know which one was your personal favorite and why in the comments down below. And if you haven't yet, please like this video and subscribe and turn notifications on because anything you do helps this channel grow so much more. So no matter what you do, whether it was just watching the video, liking, subscribing, thank you all so very much for supporting me right here on the Storytime channel. I hope you all have a wonderful day and I'll see you all next time right here.